Okay, folks, happy Saturday. A well-needed Saturday. Something like that. Okay. Let's bring this back up so I can use this. So I can flip this around and everyone won't think I'm left-handed. And we should just be able to go like this. And then I got to watch a commercial that I didn't choose. Okay, and let's just change this to chat, live chat. What's this goal thing? Super chat goals. I'm not here to have you guys send me money. If I was going to do that, good morning, Ben. If I was going to do that, I'd just stay home, right? I could just work from home and I don't know. I don't think I can make money on super chats unless I get Mitch on here with his feet. So I realized something this morning. Well, couple things this morning. Something when I happened in Spain, my alarm got changed to being more of a subtle than it usually is. It's actually really, really loud. It's like a annoying fucking ballerina song, right? Somehow it got changed to something that's more like a annoying little vibrator. Don't get excited. And I can't hear it. I can't hear it well. So I slept through it. And I woke up at 5:44 on my own. I'm like, you have one of those dreams. You're like, man, when the hell is it gonna be morning? Shouldn't it be morning by now? And it's like, oh shit, I overslept. Okay, so that got off to a slow start. And then I wanted to look through some actual books for some of the stuff that I'm going to do this morning, or some of the stuff I think I'm going to do this morning. And time just flies when you're reading a book. I'm like, holy shit, where'd the last half hour go, kind of thing. I'm like, well, I got to go online, or if we're going to get online, or we won't have any of my normal people on here. We'll just have those people that stop by, want me to think they can send me $100 to eat a cockroach. Joke's on you, pal. What's the backside of this thing look like? It also looks shitty. All right, let's do this over here. So I was looking at the Panzer colors book, and there's a lot of info. I mean, it's relatively an old book, but there are all kinds of information on there. And I had a dream about one of you guys just before I woke up. It's nothing exciting. Sorry. And the person hasn't, and the person has not chimed in yet. No, it was about Jeffrey. I don't know if Jeffrey's listening or whatever. It was a dream about Jeffrey. I've never met Jeffrey. Seems like a nice guy. He's here all the time. And I've only seen him from here to here because, his little picture. So he was in this dream. He came over to my house. He stopped by my house, although it didn't look like this house. And he came to bring me. He came to the United States because apparently you could bring a receipt of the things, even if you live in the UK, you can bring all this makes sense in this fucking dream that I didn't choose. He brought this receipt of all the things that he had bought in the UK in the last year. And if you come to the United States, they'll actually, you can claim that and not have to pay taxes on that stuff. I don't know. It made sense in the fucking dream. I don't know. And he had some couches and like blue leather furniture, like dark blue leather furniture that he wanted to give me because he didn't have a use for it. And I told him, that's great that you're here. You want to spend the night? And, we got a room for him. And what else happened in it? I told him we can't play the DBA. I don't care who the fuck is coming. I can't play DBA, I promise. So even in my dream, I know that I'm not supposed to be playing DBA ever again. And I was playing some game with like an 88. I was doing like a live game with an 88, which I have to paint. It's on my paint list. And something. That's it. That's all that's exciting. He's kept his clothes on during the whole thing. I don't know. If I'm gonna choose to have a dream that somebody from the UK comes and pays me a visit to spend the night, it's not gonna be Jeffrey. No offense. I don't get to choose this shit. Blue leather furniture. Why? Weird. And I've never done drugs. Oh no! Oh no! What? Yeah, time flies. That's why I got off to a slow start. Unfortunately. Okay, so I was looking through this. Oh, it's time to flip this over. That was the whole point of putting this up here. Is so I don't seem like a left-handed person. Nothing wrong with you left-handed people, but I don't want to be one of them. I'm extremely right-handed. Well, I can't wear my watch on the right hand, and if I'm gonna go for a bike ride and I can only hold one hand, I'd rather hold the left one, the left handlebar. That's about it. That's about my extent of left stuff. So the kits I ordered came in. I did the RPM kit first, which was a hell of a trial. Which RPM did you get? Did it? See, you should know that what RPM stands for before you order it. RPM might be, rants per minute. It's rants per minute model company. God bless it. This thing is it's rants per minute. No wonder. Yeah, those Eastern Europeans kits are very finicky. Finishing up your Panzer Gray 252 SDKFC 11. Next up on my list is Soviet Cavalry from Combat Miniatures. Cool. The how much of a pain in the butt was that SDKFZ 11? I really hate the old school Eschi kits because they just focus so much attention on finicky parts that aren't well marked where they are, and they're Italian, man. Italian things should be precise, you know? So I wanted to get to the, we was looking through all these pictures, and I wanted to get to 8th Panzer Division. Here's the 5th. I never got to it. Just so much stuff to look at. And it's funny, you look at something like a book you've seen a million times, but now you're looking at it with a fine-tooth comb, and you're seeing things you've never seen before. Here's 7th, 8th Panzer Division in Russia in particular. Because the 7th Panzer just used the red numbers like the ones I already have, so. Well, I guess I passed it. This single photograph of 8th Panzer Division shows Panzer 2 Panzer 38T and HQ staff of 2nd Battalion Panzer Regiment 10. The tank. That's so annoying that Panzer Regiment 10 isn't in the 10th Panzer Division. I mean, that stuff happens all the time, but it's just annoying as crap. Tanks are dark gray, crosses are white, and the 2nd Division sign. Yellow, this is vision. Okay, so this tells me nothing. It doesn't tell me because there's like 0. This thing's freaking useless. Okay. Useless, I tell you. Oh my gosh. Let's see what we got here. Just built a Master Box Austin Mark III in an hour. Yeah, that's another thing. You put a model together. Oh, it should be easy to put together. It takes a long time to do it. Like, what the hell? RPM Ford armored car. It didn't have great fit, except I like the separate link track. Oh, it came with separate link track. You're blessed. It does fit pretty good now, though. I'll send a picture later. The one that I did that had separate link track from Eschi was my Panzer 1. It had separate link track. And the track was molded in a metallic color. And as I used the super glue, what's going on here? Okay. As I was using the super glue, not the super glue, the weld cement, the color on the silver plastic was coming off in my hands. It was really, really weird. It was really weird that happened. Not sure what to make of the Strelitz armored car, though. It is a harder plastic than usual fare, but casting on the non-component parts of the sprue is a bit suspect. I don't know, maybe too many shots of vodka. Rookie, welcome. Interesting, Ben didn't know Strelitz made vehicles. Sorry about missing all your other streams. It's okay. We got lots of them. By the way, I'm the Musty Dusty Dusters. You changed your name. You changed it to that? Rookie fee. Rookie fee. Okay. So pick it forward, master box. Look how teeny the Ford is. Unless RPM bodged the scale. Yeah, I've seen things like that have happened before. Old name you used to use. So, speaking of names that they used to use, I never understand why people like go and play an online game and you have to have like a handle. I can't stand handles that have that start off with a name that aren't capitalized. Sorry, I'm anal retentive about stuff like that. Or have like a number in the name, you know? Like I'll want to go in and I'll want to join something. I don't want to use, say, my name. You can't use my name, but you can use my first and last name was 7384. Like, why would I want to? Why would I want to use those numbers? You know, that's not my prison cell number. Let's see. You sent me a picture. Let's see what we got here. Where are they building this? People going crazy because they're building a McDonald's in this next little town over. Oh, they're building the McDonald's. Don't fucking go there. Let it burn to the ground with no business. Oh, McDonald's is terrible. I agree. I'm not going to go there. Let's see what you got here. Let's see what they botched the scale. Use scale bodger. Okay, this is the previous one you sent me. And then we got this. Oh. Okay, so if you could make a soapbox derby out of metal, that would look it. The one on the left looks pretty cool. I think that figure might be oversized, no? Is that a Strolitz figure? Looks like it. And what kind of drinks come with a green bottle cap? Yeah, okay, so that vehicle on the right that the scale looks like it's off on. You know, it might be that the vehicle on the left is 172nd, the one on the right's 176th, and the figure in the middle is just like a 22 millimeter figure. It could be something like that. You know, all that stuff is perfectly usable. But yeah, kind of, you know, you were not aware of capitalization when I made my YouTube account. You have to dig out a tumbling dice 20 millimeter chap. Well, make sure it's not a 20 millimeter lad. It's funny the things we use different in our language. Let me see if I can get. Man, the delay is bad on this. See, I'm not watching porn. Come on, turn a little bit. There you go. By the way, these cups are amazing. All they are is like an aluminum solo cup. And you pour something in there and instantly gets cold. It's like cold on the outside. I don't know. I'm not much of a scientist. Okay. This is the picture that we're talking about. Yeah, the guy in the guy in the guy in the middle seems like he's kind of big. The one on the left looks right on. The one on the right looks like I don't know who the one on the right makes, but it reminds me of the first to fight model that I had, which is really well detailed and but extremely finicky. You picked up the skirmish campaign book for the Polish-Soviet War in 1990. A lot of scenarios called for Soviet infantrymen with no rifles. That's a problem, finding castings for those guys. There also seem to be war crimes in some scenarios. All right. Don't give me a Woody this early in the morning. War crime scenarios? I think that if that's a Ford, that's the smallest Ford they've ever made. It's like a Ford soapbox derby. Hey, you need to take some. You need to take some hand sanitizer to your cutting board, there, man. You're giving me like Tourette's. War crime scenarios. Soviet infantrymen, no rifles. What do you do with that? How do you come up with that? You got to use guys with rifles and just pretend they don't have them. You get to wear a uniform, or unless you use it like peasants. How many guys in a scenario with no rifles? Scenarios have rules for if a foreign journalist observes civvies getting fragged. See, I'd go shoot the journalist. Oh, you think it's cool to see people experience death? How you like this experience, Ernie Pyle? One has 17 with rifles and 11 without. Wow, and you thought those horde stands were bad. Is it a cool book? Do you regret getting it? That's probably the more accurate representation. Do you regret getting it? More accurate representation, more accurate question. All right, we're going to have to use some Google Foo here. So let's open up another window. Oh, God, I can't see diddly dick with these glasses on. Panzer. No. 8th. Panzer. D. V. God, I can't see my screen. Eighth Panzer Division, Russia, 1941. Show me some images. I like it. I didn't realize that the unit ratings they use in these books were made by Micromark. Huh. That Bark guy, you know, has been around, man. Okay. I always like the look of a picture like this. There's some shots of a Panzer IV. It's the badonkadonk on a Panzer IV. Now, it's got the little trailer with the fuel. It looks cool. I like that. Panzer IV looks weird sometimes. Almost like, man, that barrel is really short, you know? Let's see what we got here. Operation Wotan, Part 2. What the hell is that? Looks like some make-believe. Let's visit this page and see if I don't get a virus. Unarmed infantrymen wait for their rifle-armed brethren to fall, and then they pinch their shooters. I thought they did that. That's what that's known for, is like the Korean War. The Korean War was that's what the North Koreans in the Korean War. That's what I remember them from being. Remember them from being. Okay, well, let's have a drink. Remember them from being. Okay, this is obviously an SDKFZ 251B or an A. No, it's an A. It's an A because it's got the little flaps here for the vision slots. And it has the front that has two-piece. Instead of it being flat, the C was the first one that had the flat front, still had the crimped back. The A and the B had, and then the A and the B may have been different, but they had the little front. I actually like the way this looks the best, but, you know. What unit is this supposed to be? 8th Panzer, June 1941. Okay, what kind of number are you? Oh, Edith. There's a badass name. Okay, there's no number on this vehicle. This one looks like it's got a big company number, 8. There's the lucky 8. And 14. So this is actually 814. And they have it in yellow and white down here. Okay, show me a check 38. Here we go. Here's a 9. Where's the rest of the numbers? This is a 3rd Panzer Battalion tank. Okay, a little map of whatever this is. October 14th, okay. Thank God for Russian forests, really. They're cutting them down to make those corduroy roads out of. Which, if you don't know what a corduroy road is, you just cut a bunch of tree trunks and you lay them on the ground and you drive over them so that you don't sink into the mush as much. Definitely Leningrad. Yeah, I went up towards Leningrad. It's in one of the scenarios. It's in one of the games that I used to play as a youngster, not a youngster, but a younger person from V for Victory, the Velikia Luki one. That's the 8th Panzer Division. But it used I don't want to do another 7th because the 7th I already have some that have the red numbers. I want to do something different. That's all the pictures I'm gonna get. Damn advertising. Look at all this crap. Like whatever this thing is up here. Can't even see what. Well, I don't want them all with the same damn number. Like the 15th Panzer Division. I've already had to do that. Let's close this. Let's see what else we have. Let's close this. Some of these like war drawings, they can't be trusted. They're just kind of thrown together, and they may not be accurate. Okay, that's not going to tell me anything I don't already know. Operation Winter Storm. Do not click on that. That's going to send me into a different direction. All right. Panzer 38T. Good morning, Jeffrey. I was just dreaming about you. Same in the skirmish campaign books for the Winter War and Russian Civil War. Russian sections only have about half armed. Wow. This one of these later war ones that went on in the the 22nd Panzer Division. 22nd Panzer Division went into southern Russia in 42. Was the last unit that was armed with Czech 38s, and they were actually painted in a sandy color, not dunkelgelb, but a sandy color. U.S. made at least 1 million Mosin Nagants for Russia. Really? So U.S. has been helping Russia all along. The United States only helps Russia when Russia's communist. Get this. This looks so many forms of wrong. This looks so many forms of wrong. Having a 3-color Czech 38. Yeah, I'd be okay with all white. I really would like all yellow numbers. I know, why don't just paint them all yellow numbers? Well, because I don't want to invent shit. The Slovakian one or Hungarian one. Or the Hungarian version of it. What unit is that, supposedly? Can't tell because it's in Russian. What's this? And I have that Panzer. I have that Czech 38 versus Panzer versus BT7 book, and there's some interesting stuff in there. But okay, what do we got here? Tank power. Well, I could just look at the free pages they decided to give me. Okay, nothing great there. Nothing great there. Nothing great there. Okay. This. What have we here? Zoom in. There we go. There we go. Now, I got to get my mouse because I can't pull. I don't really like these touchpads that are on the computer. Let's see if I can get away with not using a mouse thing. There we go. All right, what do we got here? 7th Panzer Division. Red numbers, white outlines. Well, my 3, I did already have that. Reminds me of the Slovak 38Ts, a Zhao Peugeot. Just posted on his chat. He just posted some? I think he spelled his name right. I think that's like a talent, man. It's really hard for me to do the J-O part first. Which is John, right? Zhao, I believe, is John. John Peugeot. That's how I would think his name is said. The prolific Peugeot. Man, he's got a lot of stuff painted. Okay, this is also 7th Panzer. This is also 7th Panzer. An EF in Russia. An EF in Russia. Here's a C. Yeah, the C is the one that has the split front. The only thing I don't like, and I know these are probably optional, but on the side here, there's like this is actually a little box. This is not the side of the hull. This is actually like a little box that's here, and this is also one as well. So I've seen all kinds of different sizes. The vehicles I have, both the Plastic Soldier Company ones and these 3D prints, don't have anything on that side of the tank at all. They don't have anything on that side. See, the delay's not bothering me because I'm not looking at it backwards. I'm not looking at it through the screen here. I'm actually looking through the phone from the back, like if I was checking my email. So I'm a little bit like, why are you so not acting so retarded? Well, that's why. See, the whole side of it is just flat right here. Every single one of them. There's not a little box here, and I'm not going to build one. But the front of the tank, the front of the hull, is completely straight. See here across the front, the same way a Panzer II F is, and the earlier versions in the F is like zigzagged, jagged. So, yeah, here's one. Here's the first to fight one. It's got the jagged front. It's stepped in. I actually like the way this looks better. It's got more different stuff, but it looks like they used both of them in Russia. I don't know if they used this version with the flat front. There we go. There we go. There we have a good picture. I don't know if you use this version with a flat front in France. It's not easy to look up stuff on the Czech 38. Okay, what's on the other side of the page over here? Okay, here we go. EF headquarters of the 10th Panzer Regiment, the 8th Panzer Division, Russia, summer 41. Okay, we got yellow numerals there. What's this one? Unidentified unit. 5th Company, 27th Panzer Regiment, 19th Panzer Division. Well, we're not doing you. You're too big of a number, okay? Australian Armor Museum just finished refurbishing a Panzer II-C. Why does Australia have all those things down there? Like, they didn't even fight some of those vehicles. They did fight Panzer II-Cs, but... Yeah. Yeah, I want to do this with the yellow numbers, but this doesn't really tell me anything. This is what mine look like. The ones that I've already done. And this one looks like it's got some extra stuff on the side of the turret there. The ones that I have completed. Look like that. So I don't want to paint another 8 that are exactly the same way. You can really tell from this right here that these rivets are really out of scale. It looks extremely bumpy. It almost looks like a dinosaur. Like they're way out of scale. You know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? But yeah, I don't want another 8 of them with the same type of numbers. Not that I dislike these. I just want, some variety. Okay. Let's go back to this. Let's go grab my book. See if we can dissect some shit. Put this away before we have an unhappy accident. I need to put my Panzer colors away. Yeah, like the biggest scenario I have of those books actually only has 4 Czech 38s. I'm like, got that. We got that and then some. And right on the cover is something that I would never do. Now the delay is killing me. And what I would never do is have this number here. Not only do you've got numbers that are dissimilar. Like basically they're white outlines, but only the company number has a red inside of it. That's just ridiculous. I would never do that. All right, let's see if there's any illustrations in here worth a damn that I haven't found anywhere else, or with numbers. And it stands to reason that all these would be in Russia because it's against the BT-7. Why would you show something of France in here? But here's something interesting. A Panzer IV-E of the 3rd Battalion of Panzer Regiment 28 knocked out during the fighting. So, some of these Czech 38 armed units, I don't remember which unit had the 25th Panzer Regiment. Might have been the 7th, 8th, or whatever. Obviously, it was one of the ones that had the Czech 38s. But you're going to have, in that unit, you're going to have the companies with the Panzer IVs. Even though they were completely armed with Czech 38s, they still have some Panzer IIs for recon. And they're still going to have the Panzer IVs and the heavy company, or I think they actually called them the medium company. You're still going to have those on there. And those would be all have 400 series numbers, 800 series numbers, or 1200 series numbers. I've never seen a picture of a Panzer IV with a 1200 series number, but there it is, knocked out. So that's kind of interesting. I've actually never seen that. It's kind of strange to see 4-digit coded German vehicles, especially in Panzer Gray. Later in the war, they started doing, things to kind of obfuscate and confuse the enemy. But early in the war, they, just kind of did that. So this is one of the 1200 series Panzer IVs, which there wouldn't have been that many. I mean, those heavy companies only had like 20, 22 vehicles in them. Painted all over that vision, the vision flap. That's you got to hand paint that to do that. Okay, here's an artwork here, but it's got those Czech 38s with the red numbers with white outlines. Don't get me wrong. I like how it looks. I just don't want, 9 vehicles all having the same marking of the Panzer III Czech 38s. I don't dislike this at all. Actually, I like it a lot. It's just too much of a good thing is too much. Yeah, it's 7th Panzer Division. Okay, so that one that was the 1200 series Panzer IV-E, that was the... Oh, here it is. The battle for the Alitus bridges. 7th Panzer Division plan was to seize the northern Alitus town bridge using a combat group under Oberst Karl Rothenberg, based around Panzer Regiment 25, reinforced with Panzer Aufklärungsabteilung 37. Okay, so that a Kampfgroup based around the Panzer Regiment, reinforced with the Panzer Reconnaissance Battalion, and the flamethrower tanks of the Battalion 101. There was 2 flamethrower tanks, and it was battalions, I think, the 100 and the 101. And I think they had the Panzer II Flamingos in that. I don't remember. One of them had the Char-B flamethrowers, and the other one had maybe both of them had them. But that's interesting. You rarely see anything that revolves around. You rarely see anything that revolves around the flamethrower tanks. It's such rarity to do that. So they took the Panzer Regiment with the Panzer Aufklärung Battalion 37, which doesn't necessarily mean it has any tanks. It might have had some Panzer IIs, but that's just the battalion. That's just the reconnaissance battalion that's attached to the Panzer Division, and the flamethrower tanks of 101. While another combat group under Oberst Karl-Heinz Lungenhauser, based around the motorcycle troops of Kreuzschützen Battalion 7, would seize the Kanyukai road bridge. There's confusion as to the routes leading into Alitus, since the signage was in Russian and Lithuanian. The Lithuanian uses like Western letters, right? That's the one you read. You don't read the Russian. The panzer columns were moving very quickly in the midst of billowing clouds of dust. A key Y intersection west of the town, some of the German subunits ended up making the wrong turn. Oops. For example, 2nd Battalion Panzer Regiment 25 ended up at the Kanyukai Road Bridge instead of its intended objective at the Northern Bridge. This proved fortuitous later in the afternoon when the southern bridgehead was hit by a major Soviet attack. A few companies of the 5th Motor Rifle Regiment arrived in Alitus prior to the German spearheads and deployed their defenses to cover the roads approaching the town. The town was divided on either side of the Niemen River, and at this time had a population slightly under 10,000. A few 37 millimeter anti-aircraft guns, so these are talking about Soviet guns, a few 37 millimeter anti-aircraft guns of the 5th Air Defense Battalion were already in the town for their normal air defense mission, and they were ordered to prepare to deal with ground targets. The Soviet infantry also had a few 76 millimeter regimental guns. These did not have armor-piercing ammunition, but their high explosive rounds could damage the thinly armored German tanks when used at close range. As the German columns approached, fighting broke out on the outskirts of town before noon. The lead elements of Panzer Regiment 25 proceeded in haste down the main street towards the bridge, largely ignoring the Soviet defenses. During the ensuing fighting, the Soviet anti-aircraft gun crews claimed to have knocked out 14 German tanks and the 76 millimeter regimental guns a further 16. Judging from German accounts, which suggest that there was very limited fighting before the bridges were captured, these figures were a gross exaggeration. And then it goes on to say, German expansion in the northern bridgehead was frustrated by a concentration of tanks from Verkov's 9th Tank Regiment. Senior Lieutenant Ivan G. Verbietsky's 2nd Tank Battalion had dug in most of its T-34 tanks on the eastern bank of the river. Yeah, you're screwed. You can't penetrate a T-34 with a Czech 38. It just isn't happening. Had dug in most of his T-34 tanks on the eastern bank of the river in the days before the invasion. This unit was reinforced that morning with arthritic T-28 tanks of Major Stefan I. Askanov's 1st Tank Battalion, 9th Tank Regiment. Askanov's unit, so these are arthritic T-28s. Askanov's units charged, by the way, this is the book that I got in New York at whatever, the Complete Strategist. The one thing I got in New York. I think that's the only thing I got on that trip. Askanov's unit with T-28s charged into German columns and claimed to have knocked out 5 German tanks in the ensuing melee, a few by ramming the small Czech 38s with much larger T-28 medium tanks. At least one German staff car was run over and crushed by a BT-7. Look, I got a German staff car, I got T-28s, I got Czech 38s. Let's do it. Let's do the scenario. You know, if you're making a scenario like that, you give the Russians some tanks, you get the Germans some tanks, and the Russians have to, you got to make a rule, like the Russians have to keep moving a minimum speed of 2 or 3 every turn, regardless of if they do any shooting. Interesting. There's not enough tactical stuff like this. Like, that's the kind of stuff that I like reading about. Like, oh, one guy got run over, and they baked him some fresh bread or something, and he wasn't able to eat that for lunch. Yeah, that's the kind of shit that you want, you know. Here's one of the T-28s that's knocked out in the bridgehead. France would see Czech their A, B, and C in use. D, not in production until September 1940. 15 38Ts were sent to Norway. Wow, would have never known that. You're looking at a picture of 38 with markings in 1003. Yeah, that's that 1/16th scale model that one guy did. That's a really nice looking model. I don't like the numbers that he used on it. The 1003 looks fake looking. It almost looks like you took decals that were for something totally different and put them on there. 20th Panzer numbering system is interesting. 2 digits in white or yellow on both turret and rear. Every game of face of battle has to result in ramming now. I feel like we need to look at the rules because it's like not done. I mean, you hit a vehicle at top speed, your crew's fucked. I mean, there's no way you're going to take a BT-7, hits a stationary object that isn't moving and doesn't give, that's similar in mass to you, and your driver isn't fucking dead on the spot. There's no way. There's no airbags. I don't care how much vodka. Okay, roll to see how many ounces of vodka, how many liters of vodka the driver had. Take the damage and divide it by the number of liters that you've had a drink of vodka. That's how many hit points the guy takes. Um, I don't know that there's a time and place for everything. And the fact that you're reading about actions that weird shit like that happens, that's the stuff that I'm interested in now. Like, this one guy, they got into this fight and it was shooting at tanks 3 kilometers away. That's not it. I mean, that's all well and good, but the close combat, the cat fights. That's what I want to see is the freaking cat fights. See, this is the kind of stuff that I like to read. The Soviet counterattack increased the pressure on the southern Kanukai bridgehead, which was being held by the Panhard armored cars of Panzer Aufklärungsabteilung 37. So the armored cars, and some of these, they captured some of these French armored cars, the Panhards, and they're actually decent. I believe they're Panhard 178s. They had like a 25 millimeter gun, and they were pretty reliable, you know. Despite being French, they were pretty reliable. A good looking little vehicle. So they had some of those in that battalion. During the day's fighting, Panzer Regiment 25 claimed to have knocked out 70 Soviet tanks, while 1st Battalion AR 78 claimed 12, and the Panhard armored cars of Panzer Aufklärungsabteilung 37 claimed 3, for a total of 85 Soviet tanks. German sources listed their own total losses for the day as 11 tanks, consisting of 4 Panzer IVs, 7 light tanks, mainly Panzer 38Ts, and at least one of the Flampanzer 2s. So here you can deduce that 101 Flam Battalion had Flampanzer 2s, which they only made like 100 of them, period. I think, only 2 units had them, the 100 and the 101. And there must have been a separate unit that had the Charbis. But then it's kind of interesting because the Germans, and I don't remember exactly how it is. I believe the Germans only counted their tank lost if it was knocked out and wasn't able to be brought back into service. And that's one thing that we're talking about, like the casualties, like in the desert. The Germans would count their knocked out tanks differently than the British would. The Germans, I believe, only counted their tanks knocked out if they weren't able to bring back into service. Bronius Ausrotas, a Lithuanian officer serving with the Wehrmacht intelligence, witnessed the scene near the Kaniukai. Good, I didn't know I was going to freaking Hawaii. Kaniukai bridge a few days later after the battle. After passing over the Niemen Bridge, we drove up a steep hill and 100 meters or more. When we reached the top of the hill, we saw a tank graveyard. On both sides of the road leading to Balkiniu, good lord, Valkininku were graves with crosses identifying the dead soldiers. We stopped the car and got out, counting the number of our own tanks and those of the enemy. I counted about 30 Soviet T-34 tanks and other types. I guarantee it wasn't 30 T-34s. There might have been like 5 T-34s and a bunch of other stuff. The German Panzer tanks of various models numbered about a dozen. Yeah, and one of the scenario books, there's probably Ghosts of Smolensk, has those panhards in it, in a couple of scenarios. The war booty French panhard armored cars of Panzer Aufklärungsabteilung 37 set out in the lead the next morning at about 4:45 hours. And I know a certain French designer that makes some panhard 178s that can be printed by Chad. Interesting. Okay, back to the pictures. There's apparently a lot of detail stuff like this. Yeah. Panzer 38Ts deployed Operation Barbarossa. They're all in Panzer Group of 3 or 4. Actually, they almost were all in 3. Which 3s is Hoth, right? Hoth has 3. 4 is Hopner. Hopner was the one that was the closest going towards Leningrad. And the 7th Panzer had the most, had 167 of them. 167 of them in 7 commands. That's a freaking lot. Here's one of the panhards, repurposed panhards. No numerals on it. Boy, the Sharn. Yeah, a lot of these off Bs though. I'm sure they had. I'm sure they had E's. And then this one doesn't have the numbers filled in. It has some weird ass numerals. Artsy. Almost looks like looks like some writing. The numbers would be on like a French bistro or something. Yeah, there's definitely some blue in the Panzer Gray, assuming this was painted the right color. And as it fades, it starts getting a chalky appearance. so that the blueness in the gray really starts to pop out. And that's only assuming it was even painted in the right color. Okay, well, shit, did we even get anywhere? You read a story at the Battle of Moscow, BT-7s rammed Panzer III after running out of ammo. You only noted total losses. Anything else was either repaired or in theater or sent back to Germany for repair and refurbishment. German tank crews were ordered not to leave their tank unless it was unable to fight. Many didn't follow that order. I'm gonna have to do one of those repurposed Panzers. Ron did one for Kulan. He did. He has, I think, at least 2 versions of them, maybe even more. I don't know. I'd want to do them in French service. They're really good looking armored car. All right. Where does that leave us? Nowhere. I still don't know what I'm going to do on that. Well, what was this one? This was going to be Inga, Ava. We got Ava done, and we got Inga. Inga's the other one. Okay, and we decided we're gonna put the name over the window, over the door of the vehicle. All right, let's get some. Let's get rid of that dried paint. It's right in the middle of everything. Let's get some black and some white. We need to rearrange this. We don't want live coffee here on the right hand side of me. So I was looking in there, and the 7th and the 20th operated in the same thing. So I may look at the 20th Panzer Division and see what kind of markings they have. And don't get me wrong, I like the way the 7th Panzer Division markings are. I just don't want, a bunch of other tanks with the same markings. It's kind of, a missed opportunity. And I don't want to do any of the ones from the 22nd Panzer Division in that yellow color. It just looks wrong. There's some things that just look wrong, even if they happen. Like, I'm not doing that. Those things have any armor? Probably the same armor of like an SDK of Z222. They might have 20 millimeters in places, but I don't think they have 20 millimeters more than anywhere else than that. Maybe on the front of the hull, 20 millimeters. The rest of it's probably in the 15, 18 range. I'm just guessing. Having something like 30 millimeters of armor on an armored car is a lot. All right, we need a little bit of this. Wow, I'm surprised I was able to see that. All right, because we are going to get to the Czech 38s this weekend. So I need to have kind of a plan on what I'm going to do before I start down a road I'm not happy with. And I've got, do I have 6 of them? I could make 2 different units. I could make some for the 8th and some for the 20th. I guess that's probably not a bad idea. Oh, this heavy. It's like, ugh. I need to pick that thing up. That was so ugly. I could do 2 sets of 3. Now, how are we doing with the turrets being opened? Because I got a lot of open turrets. I'm not really a fan of that. So if I split them up like this, one unit would have 2 open turrets and the other one would have 1 open turret. That's not terrible. I may just do that. I may do that. I may make I may make some for one unit and some for another. Because the other one's 3 of that. That's actually a good idea. That's actually a good idea. And I don't know what to do with the oddball one. Okay. That's what we'll do. We'll make one of the Panzer divisions one group of 3, another group of 3. And then the oddball, hell, maybe even one of the other ones. So that's a good idea. Don't use a wet palette anymore? No. Nope. I've fell out of love with it. Mainly because it takes up too much space. And every time I pull it out, I'm like, here we go again, you know? It's useful for the figures. The vehicles, I'm not using the same mixed color for long enough. Let me go back to German style fonts. Images. Here's the one I was using. I believe it was this one. Yeah, I don't use it. And I've got 2 wet palettes. I've got the one that I bought originally, and then my brother gave me one that was even better. I don't use either one of them. It's not like I threw them away or anything, you know. Maybe if I was doing a bunch of figures, I would do them. But you know, it would be handy if I was doing like a squad at once, or like 4 or 5 figures at once, and I wanted that same tone, and I wanted to keep it alive. But if I'm not doing that, it's not really that helpful. It just like gets in the way. Like, get the hell out of here. And I prefer to paint things by the each. I don't like to. I'd rather waste paint and stay motivated. All right. There you go, a little bit lighter than this. What's that N look like? Okay. It's not as useful as you might think. Inga there. Inga doesn't sound like a very attractive woman. Just saying. Why has it got to be a woman? Exactly. I was reading about Kazarine, not reading, listening to about the Kazarine Pass stuff. Man, I'm gonna have to read. I'm gonna have to listen to that over with maps and stuff on there, because a lot of it is like, man, I can't look at a map right now when I'm driving. I'm having a hard time getting through that that book, and not because it's not any good. It's just that, man, it's just really involved, really involved. That's an army at dawn. There's this one. I need to go back in there and actually find the quote. There was this quote that was it made me chuckle out loud. That was something along the lines of these rear echelon British artillery guys or something like that were getting overrun by the Germans, and they loved it. They didn't love it, but they got such a kick out of they were being that attention was being paid to them by a Panzer attack or something like this. And it was wonderful. Like it was like the way it was worded was just really odd. I need to find the actual quote. Might have been the only person that probably felt that way, but he was the guy was obviously like excited that Rommel had personally paid attention to him. But there's a lot of stuff about Tunisia that I wasn't aware of. I wasn't aware of the relationship between Arnhem and von Arnhem and Rommel and how they didn't like each other and they were fighting for resources. And I didn't know any about that stuff because I never war game Tunisia or Tunisia. What's for dinner? Tunisia. Oh, and like there was another scene where the American like a lot of stuff happened at night. Like the Germans had infiltrate, and it's funny because the Germans really what I've read is they weren't a fan really of fighting at night, but I guess sometimes you have to. But anyways, they infiltrated the American lines and put the Americans to like flight, and in the middle of the night the Americans were like leaving, were running away, and they got assaulted by some Arab tribesmen who freaking like took all their weapons and stuff. It's like stuff I've just never heard before. Okay, I think that's gonna work. What else is white on here? I think that's it. There was a there's another account that these the Americans would like destroying stuff just to see what was inside. It's like literally, it said one guy like took a half track and drove it through part of an Arab building because they wanted to see what was inside the building. Found like a bunch of like Muslim women like hiding in a corner or whatever after they destroyed their house. Like wow. All right. Use a little khaki for the color of the wheel cover. But that's the problem with that book is it has all kinds of like little things that probably happened, but it's kind of like the news, right? Like the news will report like say there's a group of people and they're protesting for and against something in the middle of a capitol in front of a capitol building. And there's 1,000 of them on one side and 20 on the other, and they give them both equal time. The media gives them both equal time. So you as a viewer think everybody's split 50-50. And that's not the case. Just like you're reading the story, and it's like, that might have been like the only time a half track ever ran into a building, but it's mentioned in a book, and it's not mentioned how many times it didn't happen. So it makes you think like it's a really common occurrence. And that may not be at all. I mean, it might have happened like twice out of like ever, and you don't know that. Found the best model kit instructions ever. Thanks, Strelitz, those directions are as clear as mountain spring water. Really, Strelitz has good directions? Lots of us would have lost that bet. Well, that's good. What are you doing these for? Are you doing them for Russian Civil War? And who are the ones that are really unarmed? Was it the Reds? The Reds that had a bunch of infantry that was unarmed? The bloody Reds. I actually like the little hats that they wear. Like little felt hats. Almost look like a bunch of little commie elves. Is it the Kubanka? I like that little hat. Wouldn't wear one, but sarcasm may have been involved. Yeah, the Reds. The Whites had soldiers. Yeah. Can we agree the Reds were the bad guys in that? Yeah. I can see Eastern Front. I think of both sides about the same. But Russian Civil War, the Reds are the bad guys. And I'm not saying that the Whites didn't do horrible shit too. Okay, let's check. Let's check what you sent me. Let's check what you sent me. Actually, well, how about we all check what you sent me? Let's go back. We can lose the fonts. We don't need that shit. What's this? We don't need that illustration. We don't need Operation Typhoon. Okay. Let's look at the screen here so I can kind of center it and then bring it up. All right. Let's see what mountain spring water. Let's see what you think mountain spring water looks like. All right. Oh, that's the thing you previously sent me. Maybe I have to open a new thing. Here we go. I do. Well, I don't know what the piece is, but that's the instructions. It's like the back of the fucking box. I like those figures. They have personality. They have a lot of personality. They look like almost like they're like Warhammers type figures. Certainly this guy. This is like a commissar type guy. You know. That's the entirety of the instructions. Well, so the green pieces are the ones you have to glue on there? Yeah, some of these vehicles, it's like, all right, we need somebody to be in this vehicle, right? Well, when we go to build this, we're going to, we're going to cast you in there and you can't get out. I have no idea, but there are 3 sprues, but a bunch of these parts ain't on that pick. Yeah, the Eastern European instructions are definitely the shittiest. Even the first to fight is probably the best Eastern European. Nah, that's not true. The Rodin instructions aren't bad. The Rodin instructions aren't bad, and neither is um, the UM. The stuff is just really flimsy. It's like the on the opposite scale compared to. By the way, what scale are these? Are these 1/72nd? And why did you decide to go 1/72nd? Am I having an influence on you? The figures look really cool, though. I can't see them all the way, but you got some riflemen that are like, this guy's different. They're slightly different than this guy, and this guy is different than this guy shooting compared to all these. I mean, you've got one, two, three, four, five, six guys shooting that are slightly different from each other. I like that kind of stuff. Yeah, the tumbling dice 20 millimeter ones. Yeah, you could sort of, the tumbling dice. I'm telling you, if I did World War One tumbling dice all the way, I really like the way their sculpting is done. It's not Dave Alsop, but it's Dave Alsop ish. I really like some of their figures. Now it's funny because I've noticed that some of their sets are lame compared to others, and I've seen them on eBay. Um, as a matter of fact, I bet there's some on there for sale right now. Some of their sets, though, like the Turks, it seems like the Turks don't have a lot of 20 millimeter. Variety of the poses, almost kind of like the same way that War Games Foundry did. Well, I'm gonna get dice. Okay. Oh, tubling. Damn bastard. I hate typing things because I fat finger things all the time. Okay, let's see the one that shows some of the unpainted ones. Early French infantry. Well, this is only 2 figures. Oh, it only costs $1.28. Yeah, but the shipping is $16.80 from the UK. I really like the style of these guys. Contemptible. I saw that, and they're in these packages. The problem is it doesn't show them outside. What is this? French advancing horses, limber drivers, French limber drivers. Good Lord. Really well painted. Okay. I don't care how well they're painted, they're painted. World War One French infantry. Let's see what. Yeah, see, their faces deserve better than that. What's this guy's name? Admiral Ian. Oh, should change my name to Field Marshal Tony or something. Yeah. Polish infantry in Zapka. Only thing I'd be scared about some of these white metal figures is what if it's the old alloy, that's really bendy, and you bend it a couple times and bam, it breaks in two. There's a guy that was selling individual figures. I guess he just finally gave up. He just kept relisting them and relisting them and relisting them. French Adrian helmet. Okay, here's some of them. Well, no, maybe it isn't. Anyways, I've seen him before. This guy used to sell stuff all the time, and he had like open packs. and of them. $8 delivery. That's pretty high. I mean, it's higher than it used to be. Commissar Kevin, there you go. Polish infantry 12 sets. No, that's not 12 sets. That's 12 soldiers in there. It's quite different. And Tumbling Dice does a terrible job of posting pictures on their website. You know, 20 millimeter, World War One. Tumbling Dice. Images. There should be tons of this stuff. And they just have their ships, man. Tumbling Dice ships. They have a lot of pictures of those online. And a lot of those look really good. This is somebody's Tumbling Dice figures. Early Brits with the little cop hats. Yeah, I wanted to see it looked like there was a fair number of variety in each pack. And like maybe it was like if there was 12 figures, you'd have like 7 different poses. I mean, that which is reasonable. It's much better than like going plastic. They've started adding a lot more pics. The French helmets were originally firemen's helmets, were they? Did they add a lot more pictures? Well, they only had a shitload of pictures to add. Let's go to all and see if without having to. There we go. Tumbling Dice UK. Okay. Wings of War tournament. Here we go. 20 mil. Let's look at British and Commonwealth. Highlanders? Nope, nothing. Nothing. Infantry and artillery crews. Come on. Nope. Nothing. Ain't got nothing. Arab Revolt, Palestine. Oh, they have World War II Russians and greatcoats? No pictures of those either. Oh, well. German mountain troops are the unpainted. Let's close this up. German mountain troops. Oh yeah, I guess that's where Rommel was. Pickelhaube. Okay, yeah, but I want to see guys unpainted though. Yeah, you can't get really a good idea of. This doesn't motivate me to. The same guy that painted this painted like the Essex figures. Like, okay, could you just show them non-painted? I'd have been a little bit more motivated. I've seen their unpainted figures. I really like them. I really, really like them. Here's your mountain troops, which I don't know what the hell they're supposed to look like. World War One German mountain troops. Yeah, they don't make me want to buy them there, but I've seen them in the lead, and I like them. Anyhow, okay. Now here's where what palette would have come in handy. All right, let's mix it up again. It's not a big deal. I actually like these distractions. It keeps me, like it makes this hobby exciting. But the tumbling dice ships, man. I said if I ever did ships again, I would do Victorian period. I'd do like, you could have the French versus the Germans versus the English in one battle, and you would have, alliances you're not used to seeing. I like that period. I just don't get really excited about the British Army versus natives. I don't mind natives. I just don't like the natives on their own. Because then you've got numbers and very low technology versus very little numbers and really high technology in like every battle. So I don't mind the natives being, like natives and French versus English, or English and natives versus French and natives, or you know, English and natives versus Germans and natives, or that kind of stuff, or Russians or what have you. That's the only problem with painting this way. As I've been painting, I think I've been painting wetter, and you got to wait for things to dry in between them, or they just blend together. That's not the whole purpose. So what I'm going to do is we're going to wait for this to dry. We'll leave that paint on here. Let's get the brown and paint the two little brown seats. Why are the seats brown? Well, just in case there's an accident. Does it bother any of you that I do? I mean, not that it matters, but I'm just curious. Does it bother any of you that I go and I do stuff for Africa for a while and then I switch to something else? I think it would be beneficial, right? Instead of like, oh, he's still doing the fucking Africa shit. I'm not interested in that at all. It's just the stuff I couldn't do with DBA. I had to stay on task for freaking 6 months doing one thing, and I didn't dare switch to something else because I needed to get them done for a game. Now, like, I don't have to have them done by any particular time. It's a lot nicer for me. I do need to do some figures soon because I'm kind of missing that. I really enjoy doing figures. And it's the meat and potatoes of the game. And actually, that's what it is. I mean, the vehicles actually don't do anything. It's the people in the vehicles and outside the vehicles that make everything happen. Now, it dovetails perfectly with every war game's natural inclination to butterflyism. Yeah. Well, that's the whole thing is like, I like painting by the each. So I'm like, let me paint an armored car. Well, that was fun. Let's do something else. As long as I'm working on stuff, it doesn't really matter what I'm working on. It doesn't even really matter if I don't finish what I was working on, as long as I go back to it and finish it eventually. Butterflyism. I generally well, I'm much better at that than I used to be. But I generally only do the butterflyism because I would encounter something where I had to make a decision and I wasn't sure if I was going to make the right decision or not. So I just like, well, let's not choose that. Let's go to something else. So like when I was doing 135th scale stuff, I'd have, 20 kits all started and none of them finished. That's really unsatisfying. Butterflyism. You butterflyist. All it makes you happy and keeps us from seeing news specials about me. Exactly. Yep. I looked through my figures and I didn't see anybody that I could automatically put in there. And you should be able to see both figures. You'd be able to see the driver. I don't know how we'd get a driver in there, but I'm perfectly fine with vehicles driving around with no crews inside of them. It doesn't, I don't lose any sleep over that. I wasn't able to finish this one because it was too wet. The seats were too wet. Yeah, see, for me, Ghost Division was always the 11th. I'm like, oh yeah, it's got that skeleton, the ghost dude. But I guess it's called something else. But the 11th was never in France. I think the highest numbered one that was in France was the 10th. I could be wrong. Might have actually not been higher than that high. I have a feeling this might be too drastic of a change. Maybe not. You want it to be drastic, but you don't want it to be super drastic. Man, I kind of watch missing some TV. I miss watching some TV, which I know sounds really weird coming from me, but the wife and I have been watching a couple of sitcoms, and we've been really enjoying it. And I've been doing it and also doing my hobby every night. So that system actually works pretty well. I get to do both things. So didn't get to do that last night. We had to go to a sending away party for someone. We got these people that come in, these people. We have these folks that come over every so and so many months, and they were going back to from whence they came, and so it was literally went from work to a haircut, drove across town, and then it was too late to do anything when I got here. So they're dual citizens. So I think that they have to come every certain number of months. I don't know exactly how that works, but I suspect that that's part of the scenario. And I'm not sure how that works. I'm not sure how it works. Like if you're retired in the United States, you get your Social Security, you say, you know what, I want my Social Security payment to go farther. So I'm going to move to Costa Rica or something like that. I don't know exactly how that works. I don't think I'll be doing that. Um, I'm pretty sure I won't be doing that. I could see retiring in Spain. I cannot see going to Latin America somewhere. I don't want to live. I don't want to live somewhere where I can't just open up the water, and then drink right from the wall. I don't. That's just too big a deal. Or like wash your hands, but don't wash it without water because then you can't touch your mouth. I'm like, I just I'm too first world for that shit. I don't want to live in a place that kind of crap. Right? We're gonna have a little bit of won't be retiring in Mexico. Let's put it that way. I'm not sure I want to go again after that whole last little protest thing. It wasn't a big deal, but it's like, all right, I want to leave, but you can't leave. Why? These people are in the way. All right, so move them aside. No, we can't move them aside. What do you mean you can't move them? Fuck it, I'm moving them aside then. Give me a bamboo stick. Squatters. The hell is this squatter thing? Oh, they have a right to be here. Well, I have a right to move them. But you shouldn't listen to stuff that's in the news because I'm sure that the stuff that travels from other countries in the news is just totally different. Like if I listen to the news here, and Ben, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't really listen to the news, but if you listen to the news here, there apparently is a problem in Britain where you can't say whatever the hell you want, where you can be arrested for saying things that aren't friendly towards other people. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't generally say things. I certainly don't post things online that are of that nature. So I'm safe. I didn't misbehave while I was in Britain. But that's what's being led to believe is there's like this huge crackdown in the last, I don't know, year and a half or whatever, where you can't speak your mind in Britain. If you speak your mind, you could be, something can happen to you. And I'm surprised that would be the case. But that's what gets across here. Just like you guys hear about every single little shooting, you think it's like the Wild West. Well, the Wild West actually didn't have that much shooting in it. So to be fair, we're more violent now than in the Wild West. The thing is Wild West movies are always violent. Otherwise, why the hell would you watch them? If you had a Wild West movie or program that wasn't very violent, it'd be called Little House on the Prairie. You can't call young women Fraulein in Germany anymore. Must call them Frau. Fraulein is demeaning. Is it? Yo, bitch. How do you say yo, bitch? How do you say yo, bitch in German? I always want to go to one of them Oktoberfest things, and I've never done those. I've never gone to a really good St. Patrick's Day. And yes, we're going to have a St. Patrick's Day edition thing, even though I'm not Irish, but I'm Irish friendly. I don't know. Somebody told me that St. Patrick's Day is a bigger thing in the United States than in Ireland. I believe it. We blow everything out of proportion, don't we? It certainly does happen, but it's rare. Okay, and put the damn glass. And put the damn glasses on. It's rare, and when it happens, it's mostly police visit. Certainly not good, but it's not like that baker in Colorado that has endlessly dragged the state and federal court. Oh, the one that wouldn't make the cake of whatever. Not correct. We still have freedom of expression. Hate speech is banned. Well, I guess it depends what hate speech is. I mean, I don't engage in any of that stuff, so it doesn't really affect me. But um, the stuff that should be banned is stuff like yelling fire in a movie theater. Stuff like that. You know, when you're endangering people. Um, but if I have my show and I want to, um, if I have this internet show in Britain and I want to go on and on about how I had an experience with a certain group of people that don't use deodorant and they're from maybe a certain country, and I go on a rant about them, that shouldn't be an issue. I mean, that's freedom of expression, but if they should be killed, yeah, no, that's not cool. That's really not cool about anybody, but it gets what we hear is like, you guys can't say anything or have the, so, like I said, just everything's blown out of proportion to get a rise out of everybody. The guy that joked about teaching his girlfriend's dog to do a German salute did get dragged in a long court battle. Well, that's just stupid. That shouldn't be illegal. That's just poor taste. With the dog on, the Scottish prosecution argued that even though nobody had saw it, it did take offense someone might have, which is frankly ridiculous. He was a commie too. Yeah, commies and Nazis aren't that far away. I saw somebody responding to it that I read something about it. It kind of made sense that it's like they're on opposite ends of the spectrum. It's kind of like a horseshoe, and they're towards the end, so they're closer to it's totalitarian dickheads. How about we just put all the totalitarian dickheads in one category? I don't care if you're a Nazi or a commie or whatever. You both suck. Yeah, you hear, you guys? You're gonna have somebody riding in you that's a dickhead. Where is where is where's the bloody where's the bloody US field drab? Yeah, that's poor taste. And again, it's not what you do or what you say, it's the context that you do or say in it. Because I like questionably offensive type of humor. I do. I love that kind of stuff. But it's just humor. I don't really believe it, and it plays on, people's extremist views, and it just, makes fun of everybody. But to ban that stuff, that's a little, I'm not a fan of that. That's why it's so hard for me to watch stand-up comedians because oh, we don't want to do that. Well, I'm going to offend somebody with that. So what they do is they basically almost all comedy now is really sick perversions, real sick sexual perversions. Like, oh, okay, we can't, that's all you can make fun of. And you can't watch that. There's a lot of people you can't watch that with. Like those comedians, all they do is bash men. Like, you should bash men and women. Doesn't matter. It's just comedy, man. It's not freaking real. It plays on, exaggerations of. We actually found a sitcom that we really, really like. We find it really, really funny, and the reason I like it is because it plays with ethnicities and stuff, and that's what. Oh shit, you Nazi fucker! Not me, this stupid thing. All right, well, it just ran through a little bit of a puddle there, but it's hard to find stuff that's just not. Nazism and communism are more or less the same. One is totalitarian corporate state for the rich. The other is a totalitarian corporate state for the workers. They say we're full of hate. I'm not too busy laughing to hate, though. I may hate stupid people. Yeah. Yeah, we need to make fun of each other and. Well, I would say that the difference between the difference between the Nazis and the communists is I would say that, well, let me say this so it doesn't come out the wrong way. Well, you guys fucking know me forever. You already know what I'm going to say before I even say it. Um, I would say that the Nazis would benefit more people would the Nazis were worse for a lot of people. For the Nazis were worse for many people, but were better for more people. Okay, like let's say you take Nazi Germany, and I don't know exactly what it is. Half the people in Nazi Germany are like fucked, right? And there's probably, I don't know, 15% better that would actually benefit from that. I think from communism, 2%, maybe 1% would benefit better. And I would say that, it's not like your likeliness of losing your life in Nazi Germany is a lot higher than a communist country. Well, it depends what happens to. I don't know. I guess communism is more equally balanced, but there's more people at the top in the Nazi Germany structure. And I guess if you're one of those people, good for you. But people are like losing their life just because they're like they tell you they're the wrong race or something. Whereas if you just shut your hole, you're probably more likely to be alive in communist Russia, but everybody's basically dirt poor. I mean, it's Like I've said before, if you had to be a soldier in Russia, in the Soviet Union, or in Germany in World War II, you're probably better off being a German soldier, only from the standpoint that your superiors are going to give a shit more about you than they are going to be in Russia. Um, they just the high command didn't give it, and I'm not saying that didn't happen in Germany too. There's a lot of that just they didn't give a shit about you, but there's a chance that the higher ups in your command structure are going to care about you more in Germany than they are in Russia. You just fodder, just complete fodder all the time. The best scenario is to be none of those two, but Da-da-da-da-da-da. Are there shotgun rules in Face of Battle? Yes, there's a scenario where the Polish coppers have them. What kind of game is? Yeah, there's rules for shotguns. They have what kind of range do they have? Yeah, they have like the range of a pistol, and I don't think that they're particularly like shitty. I want to. I've only looked at them at a glance. They're not terrible from the standpoint of they're not well done. Actually, it ended up turning out just fine. Where's the Iraqi sand? But actually, well, I shouldn't say that. I was going to say I actually like doing the Germans and the Russian stuff the best. No, that's not true because I really like doing the British and the American. I guess I like everybody. I like everybody's stuff. Now, I am digging painting my own crosses on things. I am really liking that. I would have never thought I would say that. But once I figured out a method that I'm pretty happy with, saves me a lot of time. Like, okay, which one am I going to put on here? I don't know. That one's a little too big. You kind of tell some of the 3D printing pattern in this, but it doesn't bother me. It's there. Okay, whatever. It's there even on Plastic Soldier Company stuff, which I guess means the original was 3D printed. Is that a fair assessment? And I still don't know how the hell they make plastic castings. Whether they use a mold, and I don't know, somehow they dip it in something, and I don't know how that works. Injection molded, I should say, injection molded. I know how they make it once you have the mold, but how did they make the original mold? Okay, and then we need to do the black lining on here and some rustification. The Rustification Proclamation. Oh no, this is the super good one. Oh, no, 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 no. Let's use this one. That's worn a little bit. I knew that because the number here, the one, is visible on that one and not visible on this one. There are any scenarios in that whatchamacallit book, the Rommel's Ghost Division from Skirmish Campaigns, that has these KFZ-13s in it, is it? Sometimes I worry too much about scenarios. It's like, dude, just make up your own. You know, because at the end of the day, the map they provide you, I think, is out of scale. I think it's just too out of scale. Might be better for 15 mil, but for 20, it just seems like it's off. I bet I could use these for patrolling the in France in 1944. Well, they didn't make that many of these damn things, so the odds that one of them would have survived, but don't most game scenarios alter actual stats to make the battle even? Well, you know, the thing about the scenario is you assume, hopefully correctly, that it's been play tested before. So the forces don't need to be balanced. It's almost, yeah. Here's the reason why I shouldn't worry about it. Almost every battle I play that I just kind of threw some stuff together ended up pretty balanced. Well, the last one I didn't, but so but skirmish campaigns supposedly made by a bunch of different for a bunch of different rule sets. It's pretty likely that they favor one side or the other in different rule sets depending on how some things are handled. I think pretty fair to assume that. And you know, what are the odds that you want to use a rule set and it doesn't play the right way or is not well balanced, but it kind of gives you a third party. It's kind of like, when you write something and you have a third party look it over. But then some things, you start seeing like that Falaise gap scenario that I have, and it makes like this major error of giving the Americans M4A4s, which they didn't use. So you're like, okay, if you miss something that obvious, And maybe I'm incorrect in assuming that things that I know are obvious things, but I just figure when you have professionals, quote unquote professionals doing something, and they miss something that I would consider like common knowledge, I start to question like, really, should I hold these guys in that higher regard to begin with if they miss something so obvious? So KFZ-13 retired 41 as they were used for training, possible ad hoc use in Germany from 44 onward. I'm sure they used them. I wonder if I could use one of them in France, or two of them in France. I don't see getting any French vehicles anytime soon, or French infantry. The French infantry are really disappointing. The way that they're dressed, they're just really, really boring. You're basically like all drab, all equipment, everything. That's unfortunate. There's a game convention coming up like in a month, and I'm like, I don't know if I'm even gonna go. I don't give a shit. It's kind of nice. It's kind of nice that my whole world doesn't revolve around, going to a show. All right, drippings time. And this one guy that I know commented on one of my posts. Hey, you gonna run a game at the convention with your toys? Like, well, you obviously don't watch my feed, or you would have known. Why would I do something that would cause me stress? Some of the French reserve units still had horizon blue uniforms predating the 1935 pattern khaki drab, probably not seen on the war games table as they rarely stood long in action. So the question is, what takes less time? French surrendering or Italian switching sides? I used to have quite a few ships in the French Navy. World War II French Navy. Some beautiful ships. You had them for what if stuff. You know, something could have happened with them. It didn't, but I mean, some stuff did, but they did a couple of missions where they bombarded Italian ports in 1940. And I was disappointed to find out that it seemed like those cruiser tanks that went to France in 1940, they were only in combat for like a week. They were only there for like six days or something like that before Dunkirk. Like, that's really disappointing. That's like, I actually considered painting a couple of my cruisers, not the ones I just got, but repainting one of the older ones, one of the A-13s in the green, and the two color green looks great. I just don't do them because I didn't think they were around very long. Man, but 6 days? I thought they would have been around longer than 6 days. That's pretty lame. British ships attacked the French ships in Africa because the French leader refused surrender to inferior officer. Yeah, well, they did other stuff too. You know, that's the one that's the most well known. Mirzel Kabir. I've seen people do that one, quite a few. Like, what if the French tried to run? Because they've got like a couple of old battleships. They got two old battleships. They got Dunkirk and Strasbourg. They got 6 or so destroyers. Like Dunkirk, Strasbourg, the one that blew up. I forget which one it is. I get them all mixed up. Courbet and Paris or something like that. Or maybe Courbet and a different one. And Breton. Might have been Courbet and Breton. Anyways, 2 old ones. I think it was 2 old ones. And Strasbourg and Dunkirk. And the British have Hood, which I believe was the flagship. I believe Hood was the flagship. The aircraft carrier Eagle. What was the other battleship that was there? Was it Ramillies? There was another battleship that was there. I forget which one it was. And it wasn't Warspite. Valiant. It might have been Valiant. I got it written down. Where is that thing? This is my tome. My tome that's index cards from way back when. Is it here? The tome. Oh, we're going old school now. Welcome to the 1980s, baby. And these are the scenario cards that I used to have for things I would encounter. Courbet and Breton, okay. And Breton was the one that blew up. Back in the 1980s, well, we're going way back now. Well, not for some of you. But I used to. It smells like Reagan. This is so old, this is cracked from dry rot. I would make these cards, and they should be organized. They're supposed to be organized by date, and they're not. So I would have these scenarios that came from different sources. Some of them were scenarios you could buy, and some of them were ones that I would end up like, and I probably could come up with a lot more now because we have a lot more access to information that we did back then. And, so you would have these scenarios. Some of them were campaignish. In other words, that they didn't exactly clash, but they could have, like, this is like the defense of Wake Island, for instance. And I'll have on here, what class of ship it was. And then I would actually put in brackets if it was what the name of each individual ship was and what class they were. And, I've got a shit ton of these things. And, kind of put a cute little flag up here in the corner too. But, ABDA, Japanese landing on Western Java. I guess I'll have that's what I did. I put all the Pacific stuff in one place. I ran a campaign one time. Here's the campaign losses. It's kicking this like it's 1991. That's about what it was. Raid on Genoa. Here's what it is. Here's a French force that on June 14th, 1940, the French send out the 3rd Cruiser Squadron out of Toulon, had the heavy cruisers Foch, Algerie, Dupleix, and Colbert. And it's questionable what destroyers were there. I didn't know the information. Like, so you build a what if around those forces, and you send them up against a what if of what if the Italians intercept them kind of thing. Shelling of Somme, Anglo-French bombardment of Bardia, Vice Admiral Tovey, the French Lorraine, light cruiser Neptune, which was his flagship, light cruisers Orion, Sydney, and destroyers Stuart, Decoy, Dainty, and Hasty. Battle of Cape Spada, that one's known well. That actually happened. Operation Hurry, July 30th, 1940. This was aircraft from the aircraft carrier Ark Royal to attack Cagliari, while the Argus aircraft had transferred to Malta. So, I take something like this, and this was like a campaign thing that came in the Sea Creek rules or whatever, and you've got all these battle groups that never really engaged each other. So you take something like this and you go, okay, well, what would have happened if, the Argus transport force was at night and they got intercepted by one of these groups, and then you could kind of make a scenario and build a scenario around that. So it's ships that were in that area that this didn't happen with, but it could have. So that's the historical what ifs that I always like to do. Sortie to Dakar, September 14th, 1940. You got the Ark Royal Devonshire, heavy cruisers Devonshire, Cumberland in Australia. What the hell's Australia doing out there? But it is. Against the Vichy French, George Leg, I guess that would be Leg, George Leg, the Glory, the Montcalm, and then 3 fantastic destroyers. They were at sea. They just passed through the Straits of Gibraltar to Dakar. Interesting. So again, obviously you can't fight this in the open ocean because, it would be like, okay, well, let's play Ark Royal just attacking French ships, and the French just sit there and, take damage. But actually said on here, you got 12 skuas, 12 ferry Fulmars, and then 3 squadrons of swordfish. Operation Call. I got tons of these things, man. This is some good. This is good shit. What we use for Naval, Sea Creek 4. Sea Creek 4 is what we used. And I got Sea Creek 5, and I've played it a couple times, and that's what I would play. That would be and that's what I'm used to playing. Percentile and really detailed stuff. Operation Collar. Corfu Channel, December 18th, 1940. Italy has a bombardment force of Eugenio de Savoia, Montecuccoli, and then 4 destroyers. They bombard the Greek positions and coastal batteries, 30 nautical miles of north of Corfu Channel. So you take something like this, you're like, okay, what did the British have at that time? And they intercept each other, or they stumble into each other. Bombarding the Greeks. Here's another flag. I guess this was later. Shelling Greek positions in Albania. 9th Destroyer Flotilla. And 4 torpedo boats. Spikas, no doubt. Attack on Porto Palermo. Operation Mincemeat. We got the Nelson. I always like the Rodney better than Nelson. Screw the Nelson. I like the Rodney. I don't know, it just sounds like a better name. I know, but Nelson was a hero. Yeah, but it's Napoleonic. Whatever. I named this scenario Damn Force K. Force K is like freaking awesome because they have these shitty ass ships and they just kick total butt with them. Aurora and the Penelope, and two 2 L-class destroyers intercepting different convoys. Force K again? Yep, Force K again. Petrol Run. Second Battle of Sirte. We played this one and the British won. And then some of these have a little, I mean, this is primitive. This is what you're talking like this, like in the early 90s. This is before the internet. This is before the internet. So here's like the displacement that of the placement of all the different ships in there by location of the where they are. You know, so it's 16 miles away, and Siegfried, 4 inches was a mile. So 1640 hours, rough seas, visibility about 48 inches. So visibility would have been 12 miles. So we played this, and the British kicked ass. Even though the Italians have a battleship. Who's there? Littorio? Littorio's there. Attacked by Force K on Italian convoys. Operation Catapult. That was the attack on evacuation of Tunisia. Spartavento. Raid on Genoa. Here we go. Here's a British raid on Genoa that happened. The British had Renown, Malaya, Sheffield, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 7 JK class destroyers: Kelly, Kandahar, Kingston, Khartoum, Jackal, Jervis, and Juno. And then 3 tribal class: Zulu, Mohawk, and Maori. And the Italians went out to sea, but they never intercepted them. Had Vittorio Veneto, Giulio Cesare, Andrea Doria, 3 heavy cruisers, and a bunch of destroyers. So that's, there's a scenario. It didn't happen, but it could have happened. Yeah, here is the battle division: Dunkirk, Strasbourg, Provence, and Bretagne. And the destroyers were Mogador and Volta, both Mogadors. 2 Chakala class, Tigray and Lynx. Valkyline class, the Crescent, and Le Terrible. I love the Le Fantasque class. They have great names. Le Terrible. Resolution. Oh, and Valiant. They had Hood, Resolution, Valiant, Ark Royal, Arethusa, and Enterprise. Yep. Yeah, you got to break out of there, get up steam, and hustle. And have those slow battle wagons not catch you. You played the British raid on Genoa as a what if. German operations against Poland. What? Again, what if? The Poles have 1, 2, 3. They have 4 destroyers and a mine layer. CM is a mine layer, I think. And yeah, I mean, you don't want to do this as an open battle because it's not going to work. It's not going to work because the Germans have. I even put the little flag, and the German flag's got a little crooked spider in there you could barely see. They've got 3 light cruisers, which would just eat them alive. But you got some destroyer escorts and shit. They could have encountered something like that. German breakout attempt into the North Sea. Here's a good scenario. It's called the death of the Rawalpindi. Okay, you get the Rawalpindi, and the Germans get Scheinhorst and Gneisenau. Again, you'd have to do something like, I don't know. I came across it and just wrote it down. River Plate, played that a million times. Extremely even battle. Extremely even battle. That's an excellent battle to play. River Plate it's fun for both sides. Here's a scenario that came across here. In September 17th, 1939, the British mined the Ems estuary. with X Express, Intrepid, and Ivanhoe. And they didn't encounter anything, but maybe they would have encountered some German destroyers. So you got a British force here. It's just a matter of putting it together with something else. Mining operations off Newcastle and Cromer, January 20th, 1940. I'm telling you, I was a naval guy. I got shit here, you know. This is somebody who just plays Axis and Allied ships doesn't come up with all this crap, you know. Operation Nordmark. Gone fishing, March 30th, 1940. Britain has the Birmingham, fearless and hostile. They're searching for German fishery vessels off the Norwegian coast. So they bump into something, you know. Convoys to Andalnay. Sortie into the Skagerrak. This is an interesting scenario because it's a French British mixed force. There are 3 French destroyers and 2 British destroyers. The French have the Chevalier Paul, the Milan, and the Tartu, and the British have the Sikh and the Tartar. I don't know why I didn't play that before. Probably because I didn't have an Epervier class, and I didn't have any Valkyries. That's why. That's kind of cool. No, I don't know why the same scenario is repeated. Okay. Notice I just took the Pacific stuff and moved it off to the side. Like, I'm not a Pacific fan. Operation Juno, troop convoy intercept. German sortie in the Arctic. Thor versus Alcantara. I had some armored merchant cruisers. I never painted them though. I think I had Thor, and somebody makes an Alcantara. I'm pretty sure. Where's the Erebus? This is the bombardment monitor Erebus, and a Hunt class destroyer escort called the Garth. What's up, Garth? And the destroyer, an old destroyer called the Walpole, versus 3 German torpedo boats. The bombardment of the Grosse Kurfürst battery of 4 11-inch guns at Cap Griesness. And the Germans are supposed to mine off Dover. So, they bump into each other. Whoopsie. Attack on convoy HX-84. These obviously were done afterwards, probably in the mid-90s. Admiral Scheer versus 37 ships in the Jervis Bay. Thor versus Carnarvon Castle. Hippo versus the Berwick, escorting Middle East convoy WS-5A. And the Furious was ferrying aircraft to Takoradi in West Africa. This took place 700 miles west of Cape Finisterre. Operation Renata. 2 German torpedo boats versus in a mining operation off Dover. I'm like, okay, that's kind of limited. But I think I found some kind of source, and I had all these little things. So I'm like, I'm writing all of them down. The Fantasques were really fast light cruisers rather than destroyers. Scale the Royal Navy to the tribal class destroyers. I always liked the Fantasques. I like the tribals too. The tribals, we didn't love them in games because they only had 4 tubes. They only had 4 torpedo tubes. Gneisenau and Scharnhorst versus Ramillies. Hipper. Attack on convoy SL-564. Sierra Leone to the UK, it was a slow, unescorted convoy. far to the west of Gibraltar. 7 ships were sunk. That's it? Well, they probably scattered in. One thing that doesn't take into effect really good in naval games is visibility. Visibility is huge. I've been on many, many cruises, and you'll be on the top deck, and next thing you can see 10 miles, and then you go back down, get a drink, come back up, and you're in a fog bank, and you can't see your own fucking face. It's like, it's amazing. Like that's like a huge thing. That's a huge, huge thing. And most people just play, oh, it's a clear day, maximum visibility. I'm like, attack on convoy SL-67, March 1941. Gneisenau and Scharnhorst versus Malaya, escorting convoy SL-67 Sierra Leone to UK, off Cape Verde. Yeah, this is one of those, like, they came across, oh, there's a battleship, fuck this, and they left, Well, what if they wanted to fight? Germans avoided conflict. Armored merchant cruiser British Voltaire versus the Thor. Cornwall versus the Penguin. I think this is what did the Penguin in. In Sea Creek 4, the county class cruisers, for the British were at a really big disadvantage because they had a lot of spots where they didn't have hardly any armor, and it was a real problem for criticals. So, like the Cornwall class cruisers, not Cornwall class cruisers, but the county class cruisers, as a general rule, had pretty decent belt armor and pretty decent deck armor. No armor anywhere else. So if you penetrated the freaking turret, they're fucked. I mean, because you could get a lot of criticals in there. And what I liked about Sea Creek 4 is it used real numbers. You could, like, I don't have this ship, so go in there and find out, okay, this one had this much belt armor, this one had, there was like deck armor, belt, turret, conning tower, superstructure. Superstructure, I think, was like half of the lowest armor you had. So if the lowest armor you had on something was 5 inches, superstructure was 2.5. They just kind of averaged out. When that was the only one that they kind of fudged. And then I added some other rules. What did I do? I did deck ends and I did belt ends. And belt ends, I just used half the belt armor. And deck ends, I used half of the deck armor, just to give it a little bit more flavor. Hood versus Bismarck, played that a million times. It's always a hoot. It's always a hood. It's always a hoot. We played it one time and the hood blew up exactly when it blew up. Like, okay, we're done. Damn the torpedoes. Yep. 5 destroyers versus the Bismarck at night. The final battle with Bismarck. Allied evacuation of Spitsbergen. Mutual destruction, the Sydney versus Cormoran. German sortie in Nicola Inlet. The Germans have 4 super destroyers, Z-23, 24, 25, and 27. And the British Soviet Union have the Kent and 2 Soviet destroyers, Gramiachi and Sokrushitelny. Oh, good Lord. Sokrushitelny. Comrade Sokrushitelny. Yeah, forget it. Transfer warships to Trondheim. Attack on PQ-12. Attack on PQ-13. 8 motor torpedo boats versus 2 German torpedo boats off Boulogne, escorting the Trinidad. Allied supply of Soviet airfields. Ooh, this actually has the Tuscaloosa in it. Oh, this is Americans versus Germans. August 13th, 42. Naval transfer from Wilhelmshaven to Trondheim. Attack on JW-52. Operation Sicilian. Bombardment of Spitsbergen and landing the 349th Grenadier Regiment. You got Tirpitz and Scharnhorst in that one. Minor intervention. Allied invasion of Barfleur. The Germans have 2 destroyers, and the Canadians and British have 4. And here's a sink the Tirpitz attack on convoy JW-59. Oh, the Soviets have the what was the ship that the British captured that sent to was the Resolution? I think it was the Resolution that they transferred to the Soviets, and when they got it back, it had like, let's just say they didn't take care of it. Arkhangelsk battleship was renamed. I think it was Resolution or Royal Sovereign, one of those two. R class. Anyhow, good times. This is old school shit. All right, I need to use the little boy's room. I'll be right back, and we'll do something else. There's lots of ignorant stuff that I've encountered with people playing war games or just history in general. And probably the top one of the most ignorant things I've ever heard somebody say is when people see a battleship that has a wooden deck and they just assume that it has no protection, that it just has a wooden deck. Like, that's stupid. Why would you have like 12 inches of armor and then nothing on the deck other than wood? You'd be surprised how many times I've heard people say that. I mean, that's ignorant as fuck. I mean, I'm like, it wouldn't be able to hold together. It would just like collapse. Archangels was Royal Sovereign, came back unusable as the Soviets had soiled it. That's putting it lightly. Had like rust, things were like rusted shut and like, I'm telling you, you guys shouldn't have done any deals with them commie bastards. Well, my dad always said, I don't know why they helped them. They had to fight Hitler whether they wanted to or not. That's what you get. Rusted shut. Oh man. So yeah, I won't do any Matildas or Valentines or anything. I won't do any Lend-Lease to the Russians. Fuck them. Somebody else can build those. Okay. So we got Inga and Eva. Yeah. Cute little guys. I gotta admit, I'd like to see somebody crash into this. Like some tank just run into one of these and just level it. Just. All right. Move those 2 little guys to the side. What do we got here? We got Czech 38 Paradise here. 2 of them have been dry brushed with the Panzer Gray. and all the rest of them have not. So I guess that's what we need to do next. So we're going to get some Panzer out here. We'll use a new one here. That. Where's my Panzer? That's not it. That's olive brown. Nope. So light, and then this thing is like, ugh. It's so heavy, and it looks like ass too. It's got like the mumps or something, and it has the mumps on the inside too. Old Raffam, shitty old Raffam. All right. Let's go ahead and do all the growl stuff first. Now that one's in good shape. We don't want to use it. We want to use a brush that's been violated. We gotta have better options than that. We're doing a lot of them. I had some new brushes I got recently. Crappy new brushes. Oh, this one will work. This is about the right size that I want. Here, okay? There we go. Oh, the other one's here. Okay. Man, I got a lot of brushes. Yeah, these things are like super cheap. I'm not gonna pull it all out, but I'm gonna pull like, let's use this one. Absolutely no reason to buy expensive brushes. First of all, there's nowhere to buy them, even if I wanted to. It's almost like they got some kind of a coating to have the bristles hold together or something like that. Isn't it a theory that the hood charged the Bismarck, exposing its wooden deck to Bismarck guns? I don't know. I've heard lots of theories. I've heard lots of theories from it changes from time to time, man. The Bismarck thing, the whole Bismarck escapade is full of so many different things. I've heard, the Bismarck never hit the hood. It never shot down a swordfish. The Prince Eugen was the one that actually caused the explosion on the hood. It was actually the secondary ammunition on it that caught fire. I don't know. I've heard all kinds of different things. The Bismarck was scuttled. No, it was sunk by the Dorsetshire. No, it wasn't. It's just, there's so many definitive things. Yeah, that battle actually kind of happened at extreme range. And the range that it starts at is kind of extreme. So I'm personally of the opinion that the hood just got unlucky. I mean, it wasn't like they make things sound like the hood was a piece of crap. You shouldn't have brought a battle cruiser into battle. Look, the battle. I mean, I don't know how the internal compartment structure of the hood was, but on paper, the hood had enough firepower and enough armor. I mean, it wasn't like it was it had 4 inches of armor or anything like that. I mean, that's my personal opinion. I am not one that thinks the hood is a piece of crap. I just think it's a lucky hit, just like it happens in a war game. Oh, lucky hit. Where did it land? Oop, wrong place. Boop, pow. Now, do you treat if you're making up your set of rules? Do you treat that like it's a lucky hit, or is it one of those set of rules that's anytime that the hood has a higher chance of blowing up than other ships that didn't because it happened in real life? Then you're starting to tamper with fate. I think it was just a lucky hit personally. The same thing, if you bash the Bismarck a lot, does it have a likely chance that all of its power get knocked out and the guns fall silent, even though you can't sink it? At some point you're like, okay, well that's just a random event that happened, a critical in the war game of life, or I've played enough war games and seen enough lucky things happen. I'm like, there's a lot of luck and randomness to things. Hood was a battle cruiser with thinner armor than a battleship. It's more than possible a plunging shot from the Bismarck 15 would have gone through the thinner deck armor at that range. I think another theory was the crew had powder stacked in hallways in order to reload guns fast. No, that's from World War One. That's from World War One. That's what happened to the battle cruise, the British battle cruisers in World War One. Uh-oh. We got somebody awake. Be right back. Okay. The shell hit the 5.5 magazine through the deck armor, which is 3 inches and most compared. So here's the problem with that theory, Jeffrey. The hood no longer had 5.5-inch guns. Now, it may have been the same magazine. I'm sure they probably didn't like get it. It had the 4-inch guns at that point. The 5.5 had been taken out. Everything I read, it was yeah, I don't think it even had the 5.5-inch guns in 1940. Oh man, where's my Sea Creek shit? Is this it? Sea Creek ship data charts. Oh my god! This is what you call a. I like looking at this stuff. If I don't ever look at this, then why the hell did I even keep it? Right? Hunters on the Shoreline, fast rules for 1/600 World War II coastal miniatures. Like, when the hell am I ever going to play that? Why do I have this? I printed this on October 14th, 2002. Why do I even have this? Stupid. What's this? Command at Sea campaign rules. I hated Command at Sea. I hated Command at Sea. It had some good scenarios, it had really good scenarios. But you have stuff like the Wyoming, right? A battleship, American battleship, right? Armor rating 23/10/180. Like, really? That's the factors that you're going to give me. That's bullshit. I'm not interested. I need more armor than that. Miscellaneous naval articles. Sea Creek ship data 2. Here we go. Okay, here's the French. Germany. It has corrected stuff in there too. Hood. May 1940, 12 5.5-inch guns removed and 6 4.0 guns added. So the 5.5-inch guns were removed in May of 1940, according to this. She did have 4 torpedo tubes, so that might have been some of the ammo too. The Rodney had torpedoes too, although they might have gotten removed between the wars. Now that I think about it. Yeah, I played that lots of times. And man, it'd be really nice if it had the hood has 15-inch guns, and then guns that'll never get into range, right? Because if you're firing those 4-inch guns, you're really close. They're also not doing any damage, but you're also really close. Battleships and battle cruisers were optimized for fighting in a battle line with a shallower fall of shot at middle ranges. Yeah, I mean, a lot of deck armor on a battleship is like 6 inches. That's like a lot of armor. A lot. And really, some of the best protected battleships were the American ones. But I'll be honest with you, I don't get excited about the American Navy. I just don't. I just don't. You want to get me excited about battleships? Give me some British ones or German ones or Italian ones or French ones. You get the American and Japanese, I'm just not that interested. I'm starting to feel a little bit about it like the American Civil War. I'm just not that interested. I'm not one of those, I got American and I don't want to see the movie. I'm like, look, I've been American my whole fucking life. I'd like to see something different. And the British World War II ships in particular, not all of them, but many of them had some crazy camouflage schemes all at different times. It's not like, okay, they're in this time of the war, we're going to paint them this way, and during this time we'll paint. No, they're like they had all kinds of stuff during different times. You know, just like whatever that ship you guys have over in the Pool of London. I was going to say the Belfast. Oh, it is the Belfast. Belfast, Sheffield. I get them both mixed up. I know the difference between them, but they both had that same kind of camouflage, like the Belfast has now, which looks, in my opinion, looks freaking grand. I know I didn't have time to go on it. I had hardly enough time to do what we did in London. The model that we had the of the um, of the Belfast was in 1/2400 scale was kind of crappy because it was by a company called CNC, and CNC, unlike GHQ, had some precise stuff, but sometimes the scaling that they did on some of their things just seemed off. Like my model of the Renown, my World War II Renown, which is actually one of my favorite ships because it's got some weaknesses. Like it's not super powerful, and it's got battle cruiser type armor. But man, that son of a bitch was everywhere. Or that ship was everywhere that I was fighting over. Let's put it that way. And Somerville's flagship, all that kind of stuff. And Renown, the CNC version of the Renown, had a freeboard, or the distance between a turret and the water line was way too high, way too high. It looked like weird out of place, and I ended up replacing it with a GHQ Renown, which is a beautiful model. But I always liked Brown. Always liked her. And Repulse is just a beautiful looking. The World War II Repulse, beautiful looking lines on that ship. Badass. I had it in the Airfix model or the MPC kit we had. And unfortunately, it was a waterline. The old school conning tower on the Repulse with the Repulse camo. Big fan. And a great name. Battle of Coral Seas, an interesting read. So that's the last battle. Well, I mean, if there's one aircraft carrier on the American side that I like, it's Lady Lex. But she went down in Coral Sea, and that was the time. That was the last battle that the Americans had. The meat. I hate even calling it that. The meatball in the center of the star, which I think looks a hell of a lot better. It looks a hell of a lot better than not having that red dot in the center. It was like those Pacific Spitfires, right? The Pacific Spitfires had the same thing. They had the roundel on them, and then later they got rid of the red in the center. They look like crap compared with the round. I mean, the roundel don't fuck with the roundel, man. It needs to have red in the center. Oh, it can be mistaken for a Japanese aircraft. Really? That you're going to focus on that tiny little red dot. And some of these are going to have to be on stands because the casting he gave me was missing. Like it came missing this piece of track. So like that's not noticeable if you put it on a stand because you can put some goop there and it's just extra thick or hide it behind a bush or something. I did do Pacific stuff, but I prefer doing like the ABDA stuff all the way into like the middle of Guadalcanal, and that's about it. After that, it's like might as well not even exist. But I mainly did them because two of the people that I played with regularly were Ameriphiles. Oh, you got America and I don't like it. Come on, man. You get to be American every day. Play somebody different. God bless, this thing's heavy. This needs to be a wreck. I'm gonna wreck that one. I hate looking at it. It just looks like it's got herpes. Well, you don't like people that have herpes? I don't want to touch people that have herpes. Luftwaffe uniform. Is your family ready for premium? No, stop trying to sell me shit I don't want. Okay, here we go. Now, let's do a mix of Luftwaffe uniform and see if it's even noticeable enough. No, add more Luftwaffe uniform. Now this already has the gray wash on it. I mean the brown wash on it. What's wrong with hairpiece? You just threw out a word salad. I don't know what you're saying. What kind of a word salad did you just serve me? I need some dressing there for that word salad. I don't know what you mean there, Kevin. A word omelet. Oh, hairpiece. Got it. Sorry, I'm a little slow today. Yeah, so I think what we're going to do is we're not going to make any more for the Seventh Panzer. I'm not going to put Panzer division markings on it. Okay, I'm just going to paint them in the style of Seventh Panzer. I already did 3 of them, so we're going to do another one like Eighth. We'll find out about Eighth, and then we'll do another one like one of the other ones, and that way we have some variety. It's one of the few early war tanks that don't bug me the way you look. Like, you don't have to worry about a turret overhang on a tank if it never had any. Like, this is an attractive looking tank. It'd be more attractive if it had a 3-man turret. But it really have to get to know each other really well. and then I'll worry about putting extra tracks and stuff on it. I mean, that's what really, I'm like, okay, you start getting into the analysis paralysis. All right, well, which one should I put the armor on? The just freaking paint them, and we'll add that stuff on afterwards. I've run out of this. We need a little bit. Now, there's a chance that these might actually look better than the other ones that I did, because the other ones that I did them before I started using black lining, the black panel lines on them. Which, of course, means I need to go back and do that at some point, but it's so wasteful of paint doing it this way, dry brushing, but what are you going to do? Learn to airbrush. Yeah, well, I'm working on it. It's really freaking slow. I'm trying to airbrush every chance I get better at it. Getting really tired of using the Viejo primer and jamming up my airbrush, though. It just takes up a lot of time. Like, man, I could be doing other stuff instead of doing that. I think we're going to float away. We're going to float away out here. You guys getting a lot of rain? Really? I would think that, man, I bet when you guys get a lot of rain at once, it's like flash flood problems, because, it's like the desert. Like, it doesn't rain, it doesn't rain, it doesn't rain. When it's time to rain, it fucking rains, and then you got a problem. Well, if it washed some of you guys away, aren't you trying to get rid of some of those people that are in your state anyways? Wash them back across the border. It'd be interesting to see if there's a way to, like, find out, and we're not talking about immigrants. We're talking about illegal immigrants, people that are here that didn't follow the correct way of getting in here. Like, what percentage could that be in, like, Arizona? I mean, it can't be more than like 10% of the population. I mean, that would be like extremely high. Because there's some jobs you can't get. Like, you got any of those jobs where you have to fill out like a W, all the W forms, like, Now, we did encounter many years ago that there are some people that, a lot of these guys that come across the border, right, have, they just find out, hey, things are better over there, and they find a way to get in, and somebody, I think, gives them like a fake social security number. So they're using its, I don't know. You know how you solve that problem? Is you just say, okay, well, there's no more income tax. What do you mean there's no more income tax? Well, how are we going to collect taxes? Sales tax. So then it doesn't matter whether you come across the border illegally. You're paying your fair share when you're buying, bread and stuff. I mean, unless you're like sitting on that money, or you're buying like, oh, I got some bread to sell you under the table. If you got to go to a convenience store or something like that, you'd be paying your tax dues. Lots of rain grows plants that burn in summer. Oh, interesting. Oh, okay. Okay, so you're getting extra vegetation that's growing, and then in the summertime it dies anyways, and then you got a fire hazard. Yeah, I guess the desert doesn't really catch on fire, does it, if there's no trees? Like sand, you need a volcano for sand to melt. Everyone now knows what we've been saying all along. Well, I've said that for a long time, you know. But I'm not looking to buy votes or anything like that. It's stuff that I get tired of the same thing being the same issue all the time. That's why I stopped playing DBA. Oh man, this doesn't work. Well, we need to do it like this so we avoid this problem. Well, we can't because this is how the rules are written. Okay, and it keeps fucking coming up. Like that's really fucking annoying. To have the same thing, like you not be able to solve it, whatever it is. I don't like this game. I don't want to play anymore. Okay, now that we've kind of got that color on here, I think that's where we stopped. Nope, we went a little bit more. I'm going to take the Luftwaffe, and we're going to take some of that dark sand. Nope, that's buff. Close, but no cigar. It's very close, but no cigar. They had the local police station sometimes posts on the Facebook page of these two little towns, and they had a video that they played the other day that was a dash cam video of this cop car that was going through this town, and somebody goes and this is like, I think it was this last Sunday, is driving through the town. It's on 441. It's 2 lanes in one direction, a median, 2 lanes in the other direction, 45 mile an hour speed zone. And this car, say this cop car is in the right hand lane traveling northbound, and this other car is going southbound in the left hand lane of the northbound lane. So in other words, there's 2 lanes here. There's the median. There's 2 lanes over here. These are going this direction. These are going the opposite direction. It's not in one of those lanes. It's in the one right next to the cop, flying, going like 60 miles an hour or something like that. Ends up hitting another car, like T-boning them or whatever. I don't know how anybody survived. And they showed, like, I'm surprised they showed all these videos. It was like body cam videos and everything else. And it was the guy that was driving it, I think, didn't even have a license. He had a passport from Guatemala or something like that. I don't give a shit where you come from, but man, you can't behave. And then they found drugs or some shit on him. Like, something really bad should happen to people that are just like, I don't care if we kill people. If somebody has a I don't care if we kill people attitude, I'm like, oh, you don't, huh? All right, well, maybe something should happen to you so that you can't kill anybody. Just saying, And people that are native of this country would do shit like that too. It's not like, oh, he did that because he was not from here. But there's other places in the world that have a lot more loose laws. Let's put it that way. Or you're just like, oh, I did something bad. I'll just pay the cop. Yeah, I think we already did that. Those are kind of little lighter colored ones. When I was in Britain, we got in an Uber, and this guy, let's just say he's not originally, Britain was not his country of origin, which is fine. Almost all the Uber drivers were from somewhere else. But this particular guy decided to take off going down the road, a one-way road going the wrong way. Now, luckily, he never got over 25 miles an hour, and he didn't hit anybody. But I just assumed he knew what the fuck he was talking about, because this is his country, right? I mean, we're just visiting. You know, we drive on the correct side of the road, not this back-asswardness. And I should have recorded. He did encounter a British person that was their country of origin, and he told him that he was a freaking idiot, and in the most polite way possible. I should have. I mean, and I'm not being sarcastic. He was a lot more polite than I would have used choice words, but he did not. He might have been worried that if he used those words, the guy would blow himself up. But I don't know. I mean, it was really funny how he didn't use any expletives. The guy's going down the road the wrong way. I wasn't really unnerved only because I wasn't the one at fault, and I wasn't in fear of my life because we were going at such a low rate of speed. But if we'd been going faster, I'd been like, I ain't getting in a fucking car with anybody after that. But where I live, I'm not used to one-way streets. I mean, they have one-way streets in the big town, in the bigger town, but it's in the downtown areas that, I don't go to anyways because I don't have a crack habit. I don't have any reason to go to, one-way streets. One-way streets, paying for parking, that's just like stuff I don't experience. It's not un-American, it's unsuburbia. And then I think that was the guy that's like, okay, we're here. This is not where we're supposed to be. Because anytime I get behind an Uber, I'm like, oh, I'm not worried about getting taken somewhere. I'm just, curious. Okay, how do you get from point A to point B? So I put my maps up, and I know where we're going, and I'm like, this isn't the way we're supposed to be going. Okay, here we are. I'm like, no, the place is like 4 blocks that way. And the guy wanted to argue, I'm like, fuck it, we're getting out of this car. We'll just walk. He didn't get a 5-star review. Actually, the only vehicle in Britain, and we probably got in about 7 or 8, only one of them was driven by a person whose country of origin was Britain. And it was an older guy. He was like, he was like Jeffrey driving me around. No, he was super cool. But everybody else was, wasn't really familiar with the territory. Let's put it that way. Phoenix has one-way streets. Got to go there for big events. Yeah, but Phoenix is a big city. Phoenix is like, Tampa or Jacksonville. I mean, I'm not from those places. I'm not saying I'm from a place where you can pee off your back porch, but I'm a suburbia guy. Phoenix isn't suburbia. Suburbia has no gang violence. So one of you guys was like, hey, does it feel safe now being back? You still feel safe feeling back in the U.S.? I'm like, the U.S. is safe for me. Like, we keep the really bad people in the other part. As a matter of fact, in this neighborhood, I got a bunch of old Gladys Kravitzes that keep an eye on everything. You can't do anything wrong even if you wanted to here. They'd tattle on you. Again, don't believe what you see in the news. I'm sure they make it sound like, man, America's like a freaking war zone. Well, this isn't Chicago, okay? This isn't New York. This isn't LA. It's all the places in between. where the normal people live. I think we need to go up one little bit more. Yeah, Phoenix is what, the size of Atlanta? Maybe not the size of Atlanta. Well, Atlanta's well, here's a cheap ass Chinese brush. Just completely came off. I mean, you could fix it with epoxy, but I'm like, really? Should I be buying brushes? Like, make sure you secure them with epoxy. Like, cheap ass thing. Well, we won't be able to buy those with the tariffs. Can only buy good brushes made in America, which of course means you won't be able to buy any brushes. They don't fucking make anything here. You used to have Bloods and Crips. You don't need that. You don't need that stuff, man. That's big city. That's stuff for like movies, man. Shouldn't have those kind of problems. You buy British brushes, can't get them here. Oh, you can mail order them. There used to be an art supply store that was called Chestnuts. It was a chain. I think it was just a chain here in town. It was called Chestnuts, and it was they had art supply stuff, and it was a great store to go in and just and look at things. And I would buy my mechanical pencils from there. I was in college. I used this mechanical pencil. I don't even remember who the hell it's made by. It used to be called. It used to be. I'm sure they still make it. Kohinoor, and it was mechanical pencils. I want to say they were like $10 a piece, which was a lot of fucking money back then. For a pencil. Make sure you don't lose it. And I'm sure they still make it, and they would always have a bunch of them on there. Yeah, don't have any of them anymore. That was a long time ago. That was back when I made mistakes and wrote things in mechanical pencil. No, I actually use a fair number of them at work. Because if I have to change stuff, I don't want to like scribble shit on a ticket or something like that. I just do it in pencil. That way, if something changes, you're not looking at an eyesore. The eyesore from Mysore. All right, let's just go really light over this. And we're just going to ignore the front of the barrel. That's like a free making it look smoky. Now, if the one thing that wet palette would help would be this, but the problem is that it keep the paint alive. But the problem is in the dry brush, you don't want the paint too wet. So it's kind of like a 6 to 1/2 dozen of the other. But no, I don't miss the wet palette. Every time I fired it up, it was almost kind of like if you airbrushed and left your airbrush dirty every time. You had to like mind the wet palette. Like, okay, it smells funny. The paper's crinkling up. Put more water in it. Hold on, it's getting moldy. All this extra levels of like babysitting that I don't need to do. I'm planning to do early war battles. Well, it depends what you consider early war. I'm planning on doing everything. I like Barbarossa 41 stuff to begin with. So that's what these guys are for. If I do France, it's not going to be anytime soon because I have no French vehicles. And I got plenty of stuff to work on without adding the French. What I don't like about early war battles is the makeup of some of the squads. Early war battles involve having almost everybody with the damn rifle, which at that point, it's like, that's a bit World War One-ish for me. I like the combined arms of having the junior leaders with a submachine gun, you know, plus other variations, plus the squad intrinsic, weapon. But you do early war stuff, and a lot of the British squads, everybody's got an Enfield. And that's all fine and good, but it's falls a little flat. What I've never been a fan is like really, 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 really late war, and I have a lot of that stuff. So that's okay. I mean, it's something different. I'm willing to do all of it. It just the early war stuff doesn't last very long. If you want to use, the British in France in 1940, they weren't there very long. The whole Dunkirk thing, it's like, okay, they're gone now. And it's just kind of actually one that went a long time. The whole thing went on a long time was Norway. Um, if I remember correctly, and I could get this wrong, but I was surprised to find out that I think Norway happened after France fell. I mean, it didn't start after France fell, but it went on for that long. Okay, I think that's enough of this initial treatment. Like early war strategy more important than equipment quality? Well, it is for the Germans. Elan was more important, for sure. Okay. Yeah, but I like German stuff in gray a lot. It's my preference, actually. All right, I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be right back. Norwegian campaign was still underway when Fall Gelb started. Yeah, I was surprised. I'm like, son of a bitch. I mean, it's hard to find people in those hills, man. Or, you go and land on one part of the fjord, and you want to go to the other part of the fjord, and it takes you a month. Then take a look at this Wehrmacht Panzer divisions and see what you were talking about. That see if there's anything on the 8th here. Okay. Barbarossa attack on Russia. So here we have yellow numbers on the vehicles. And they even captured a KV-1. This is about the 8th here. Definitely looks like I'll be doing 3 of them in that color. Eighth Panzer Division assigned General Hoppner's 4th Panzer Group, Army Group North, Operation Barbarossa. Its main target was Leningrad. Driving rapidly through the Baltic states, the Panzers outpaced their supporting infantry. After fighting through Dvinsk, the Panzers were already approaching Pskov. I'm so Pskov at you! When their infantry units were just clearing Daugavpils, more than 100 kilometers back. In spite of the anguished pleas of the Panzer commanders who wanted to continue the drive through the demoralized Soviet armies towards Leningrad, the Panzers were ordered to wait for their infantry. This gave the Soviets a little time to regroup, which meant that resistance was much stiffer by the time the offensive resumed. By the time 8th Panzer reached Leningrad, the chances of taking the city had gone, and the Germans settled in for a siege. 8th Panzer continued to serve on the Leningrad front for the next year, being moved to Army Group Center in December 42. Okay, so this particular one that has 731 on it, Panzer Regiment 10, 2nd Battalion, 7th Company, 3rd Platoon, Tank Number 1. 110 Alf C models were produced between May and August 40. At the start of Operation Barbarossa, 4 Panzer divisions used the Czech 38 as their main battle tank. 6 months later, losses of this model would reach 796 units. Too small to be upgraded further, the Germans started passing them to other Axis allies or assigning them for anti-partisan duties. And here's a Panzer II with the yellow markings. And here's a battalion vehicle. This is a B with yellow markings. So yellow markings or yellow numbers I think I'm going to do 3 of them with yellow. Okay, what was the other one you said that had the weird markings? Was it 20th? Okay, here's the 20th. Here's the one you were talking about with the 2 numbers on it. This one has 44 on it. Some 525 Alf EF variants of the Panzer 38T were produced for the Wehrmacht by Czech factories between November 40 and October 41. During Operation Barbarossa, the 20th Panzer Division used these tanks with Army Group Center, seeing combat with Panzer Group of 3. And here's a single-digit one in yellow. I don't want to do any single-digit numbers. And it's a pain, because they all have to be the same number. And that just becomes a pain in the butt. 19th was the other one that had it. 16th. I think it was the 19th. Not a single picture of one of them. Well, we're going to make 3 of them for the 8th. So let's focus on that. Let's focus on that. So I got 1. The holes are the same. 2, 3 closed turret ones with the 3D printed bottoms and the Plastic Soldier Company tops. And then the 3D printed models all have open turrets. So I want to split those 2 away from each other. So one of the 2 groups is going to have 2 open turrets and 1 closed. And the other one will have 2 closed and 1 open. And let's do the 2 open. And 1 closed for the 8th. All right. Saw a movie made in Norway. Made it seem Norman would have been beating the Germans with British help, but the British left. What's up, Justin? Sent some info on 38T on Messenger. Okay, excellent. Let's check it out, man. God, those instructions are terrible. Oh. Panzer tracks 18. You know, one thing that these are missing is they're missing a spot for the antenna to go. So I think what I'm going to do is I have a set of little metal tubes, which I can't find, so I'm going to give up. And I'm going to find something, hell, I could probably make something out of green stuff and stick it there. So it's a holder there for the antennas, because I want them to have antennas, because that's kind of a prominent looking thing. And some of these mufflers are misshapen. I'm going to leave them be. You know, you can work yourself, you can back yourself into a corner. All right, let's go back. Let's see what we got here. Man, that casting you got of that 222 is terrible. That is glossy as shit. Okay. Features that start the production run, vendor's observation, periscope. Okay, this is the A. Let me see how. Let's go to a C. With revised flanges. And I can't. With revised flanges. With revised flanges at the hull sides and a bump stop mounted behind the first road wheel. Oh, I see that bump stop. Doesn't have it, but I mean, I wouldn't have expected to have it. And it's funny because I found this casting that's available, and it doesn't tell you anything about it. But this is also the step front. So the only one that I have that's the step front is this one from Rapham, which is terrible. It does have a little. It does have a little vision port, which none of them have that. Beside the driver's compartment. Do any of the other ones have that? Oh shit! Let's go to the earliest one. No, it could matter. It just freaking. These Panzer Czech 38. These Czech 38s don't get any respect. Like they just kind of threw them together. Okay, so E is the first one. These have to be E's. They have to be. Because they're the only one, it's the first one that has a front that's straight. .25mm plus 25 is those pounds on the turret front straight. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if I'm assuming that somebody they just threw these things together, but it's funny because none of these have the metal box. None of them have the little metal box here on the side. So that's definitely like aftermarket. They decided to do that on their own. Thicker armor on the turret size and reduction in number of bolts. Rivets holding armor, increased diameter turret ring guard. I think these people just freaking, the people that made these castings just threw these things together. Just like, here's a Czech 38. Which one? Shut up. Don't worry about it. Print it. Do it. An S. What the hell is different with an S? Oh my god, I can't do those kind of functions without a mouse. I forget I have a touch screen. I could just on the screen. That's what I should have been doing all along. What a dumbass. It's Dumas. No, it's not. It's dumbass. Oh, the driver's vision thing looks different. Mm. These are definitely. What's the difference between E and F? But this old thing. Oh, this is just a poor casting. This is all around a poor casting. This represents some make-believe tank. I mean, this is a quality item right here, but I got to build the antenna for that. Yeah, none of these are D's. These are all E's or E/F's. Horizontal superstructure, whole hammer, air exhaust. A slide added to the engine air exhaust opening to regulate cooling airflow. These don't have that. That's not a G. Features present on F include engine exhaust muffler raised to make room for a smoke grenade rack with an armor guard to be located in a protected location on the whole rear. I think that's what these are. They're Fs. How does that vary from an E? They're Fs. They're Fs. All these 3D casts are Fs. They don't have a place up here in the front for the radio antenna to go. I mean, they don't have no-tech lights. I'm not worried about all that stuff, but you got to have the antenna. I guess I could just drill into the hole. It wouldn't make a fucking difference. You know, I'm going to be missing like headlights and stuff anyways, so. Let's try doing it the easy way. I've tapped out on the Strelitz kit for now. It's quite poor. We'll need revisiting later. I think it would test even me. Yeah, I mean, you're making up for somebody else's mistakes, you know? Australian Army Museum is doing STKFZ 222 mostly from scratch. Apparently none exist anymore. They used a model kit for decals. Antennas are mostly on the front left side of hole. From Alpha E, the antenna was on the left front left mud guard. Yeah, I think I'm going to try to drill one out without putting an assembly for it. Because if I go through all that detail of like building a mount for it, I mean, they don't have headlights. They don't have headlamps. They don't, they're missing details. I mean, they're fine. It's not a complaint, but it's just like, why am I killing myself and it's still not going to be, 100%. So let's just see what happens. Let's see how I drill into this material because let's see how this, first of all, let's get the X-Acto knife and put a little prick in there. What? You heard me. I'm going to put it right here. Well, that goes pretty deep. I didn't have to do anything else. Okay. There it stands. It must be just the fender right there because as soon as I go through that, it's like pop and it holds. I'm like, okay, that's good. Now, I'm going to take those drawings, and one of the hardest things to figure out is how tall should the antenna be? And I don't do this super precise, but I go, okay, it's about the height of the, well, first of all, let me find it, because this is one of those things that's hard to find. And I can't just go to a store and buy this stuff, because they don't sell the smallest enough. The piano wire is not small enough that they sell. And I may not have any more here. Hopefully I did a good job of where this goes. It's like 0.015, and I kept the pack. You know what? If I had a brain, I'd put it here. This would be a good location for it. It didn't used to be here. That's why I didn't bother looking for it. Let's see if we put it in there. No. Yep. This is it. Not the 0.032. The 0.032 is too thick. And it costs half as much on Amazon. This is like fucking $8 for a package of this stuff, which is extremely overpriced. This is number 5498, 0.015 music wire. Let's put this back up. Hold on. And this stuff works great. And I need to leave it out. I need to order some more. I would have used sprue a long time ago, but sprue isn't worth a shit anymore. I don't know if they're using this hippie plastic that nothing works with it anymore. You damn hippie plastic. Yeah, that should be fine. All right, we'll leave this out. We don't need to put the antenna right now, but they're 1/35th scale drawings. Fishing string. Painted tank all gold. They called it the Golden Panzer. So I see somebody actually painted a panther pink and called it the Pink Panther. You bring shame on your family. All right, I think we need to do road wheels at this point. Road wheels and tracks. Wow, it's 10:30? Yikes. We're probably going to have to cut out whenever the wife comes back. Not that I don't think she's got anything planned for me, but some of these things were miscast, like the little return rollers. Some of them are miscast on there. Like, hey, it's a free fucking tank. I should fire up that. Whatever, again, Call of the Beast, Ostfront, whatever the hell it's called. Call of Duty, what the hell is it called? Gates of Hell Ostfront. And play a Czech 38. Play a little Czech 38. Start a multiplayer battle. That's one thing that I like. You can start a multiplayer battle with like 2 German players, 2 Russian players, or whatever. I mean, you can use different proportions if you want. Have the computer play itself, and you just pop in there as an odd numbered player, and you're not going to command any of the tactical stuff. You're just going to go and get in your one tank and play Panzer Commander. Run over people. I still like that Panzer II. I couldn't take out that 76 millimeter gun. I just overran it. I didn't think it was going to let me do it. I didn't think the game was advanced enough to let me do an overrun. Yep, 76 millimeter gun go flying. I didn't think that was going to happen. Yeah, there's 4 road wheels here. The 4 return rollers on it. And only one is not missing. Like, it's half of it's missing in the casting. Hot chicks wearing World War II German general style caps. I guess if that's what you're into. They always have that one vendor at Historicon's always selling stuff like that. They sell the propaganda stuff with the girls. Just don't call her Fraulein. Or maybe that's back when they didn't mind being called Fraulein. What's Fraulein mean? Little girl, young girl? Have I been to the old On the Way model site? Absolutely. I've spent a lot of time there. They have a lot of 70-second reviews, and they claim some of the Armor Fest kids are old hat ones. Well, I didn't know that Hat even did them, but yes. Yeah, they're supposed to be. Yeah, that's a great site. Between that one, Hank of Holland, and Plastic Soldier Review, yeah, there's a lot of 1/72nd scale stuff out there. Yeah, on 1/72nd on the way, there's like people that'll do reviews of like, they'll take like multiple Shermans and go like, I want to build a Sherman that's an M4A1 and put all the holes next to each other, and this one's wrong, this one's a millimeter off, this one's a little too big, this one's this. So they'll kit bash, like buy 3 kits to build one, like stuff 1/35th scale model guys do. And they'll do that, and they'll, buy photo etch things, and they put all this extra work into these model kits, which I'm all for, right? Because it's interesting. And when it's time to paint, okay, done. I'm like, you put all that effort into building it, and then you didn't give a fuck about painting it, so it looks like trash, honestly. I'm like, maybe you do cooperative effort. You build it, I'll paint it for you. I mean, I want the kit to be accurate, but I'm not going to spend $40 on a $10 kit to make it accurate. That's stupid. That's stupid from my viewpoint, because I don't want to have just one of them. I may need several of them for a scenario. But yeah, on the way, there's good stuff on there. Hank of Holland, there's good stuff on of Holland. That site was disappearing, and then somebody came back and like the guy was like getting old and wasn't going to carry it. There's a gun show in Michigan that sells tons of German World War II medals and flags. But why do you want them if you didn't earn them? You know, gun shows are fun to go to, just to go to them. There's zero good deals. You know, it's like a coin thing. You know, you go to a coin show. Man, this penny's worth. I look at the book. It's worth $20. How much will you give it for me? 50 cents. Well, I'm not going to sell it. Okay, well, I'm not buying it. It's like the same kind of stuff. You know, a lot of people that sell things at gun shows are just like those gamers that don't want to play games with. Yeah, everything they have is great. Everything everybody else has is a piece of shit. Like, I always thought I'd want to get like a Garand or a Mosin or a Mauser or one of each. But those things are too expensive. Those too expensive for what they are. Like I can't justify that. I don't want to justify that. I certainly wouldn't be one of those. Oh, you can't fire it. Well, then why get a gun if you can't fire it? It's like I'm buying a car, but I can never drive it. Like, why bother? And a lot of those firearms are in really bad shape. Like wood's all dinged up and stuff, like badly. I'm like, I don't want that. Enfields. I've seen lots of Enfields at gun shows. It looked like somebody used them for a hacky sack. They kicked them from Burma all the way here. Like poor thing, all beat up. But I think the people that do reenactments, it is all. I think all the reenactment stuff is staged. They might like start a certain place where they're like, going to go, all right, we're going to do this. And I'm like, what's the point in playing something staged? Well, you're not really playing, but I would post some of the German stuff on my channel, but I don't want YouTube to block me. Yeah, you don't want to do it. You could post it and then obfuscate the crooked spider. I think you could do anything other than the crooked spider. Like you could if you had an iron cross, you could put an iron cross on there on your medals and stuff. Just you got to block off the part that's embossed with the crooked spider on there. Some people do it. I've seen people put stuff on YouTube, put stuff on on Facebook. But I can tell you from personal experience, you can put something and you're perfectly fine for years, then all of a sudden you're like your account's been locked. Why? Because you posted something 14 years ago, and it's like So the bots do have nothing better to do, and eventually will are on the lookout for shit. Then it's a hassle. I just don't want to do it for the hassle. You're not going to be permanently banned. It's a big hassle. Swastika, yes, and her other sister. It's just a big hassle. And the last thing I want is this hobby to be frustrating. Like so why even do that? We all know that I really have one on there. You guys don't have to see it. Had a good website where they showed progress in developing their vehicle models before Armorfast took over vehicle production. And then Armorfast is out of business, right? I heard Armor Fast went kaplunk. I got the first ones that I remember them making, which was the M4s. I have a pair of those M4 Shermans. I had a Panzer 4D that I'm pretty happy how those turned out because I added extra details to them. And it came with the little Rommel boxes. If it didn't have the Rommel boxes, I wouldn't have gotten it. They turned out okay. And then I got the two M10s to do. Those were a steal. They're £9.45 for two of them. Did I put any swastikas on my tanks? No. They don't really use them unless you're doing something like Battle of Berlin stuff. Some of those things had them. I do have a whole printout that I made of little flags to put on them, but I'm not going to leave them permanently on. They're removable. But yes, I have them. The sad thing about it is that they actually look pretty good on the tanks because of the color contrast. You have like this red thing on it, and it looks color appealing wise. But no, I don't have any that are permanently attached to the vehicle, and probably won't. If Armor Fest went out of business, that meant their stuff could be really cheap. If Armor Fest went out of business, that means their stuff should be really cheap or really expensive because it's what's Jeffrey call it? FOMO, fear of missing out. FOMO. There's a certain vendor in Australia. Simon Soldiers had put this elusive kind of post about a month ago, saying that he was going to go out of business. He wasn't going to trade anymore after June. I'm like, shit, I got to put an order in because I may want to do French sometime. I don't want to buy the figures and not use them, but I don't want them to be not available. So I started thinking about putting an order together, in which, I don't need to spend the money on right now. And then like a day later, no, I'm just not, the website's going away. I'm like, oh, okay, well, that's different. It's, if it was a place, honestly, that the shipping wasn't brutal, but I don't need to change that theory. But it's the whole thing is the whole FOMO thing. I don't really fall for the FOMO much, but man, they pulled that FOMO on us one time when we were trying to do some work for the house. Man, we learned our lesson. You pull some FOMO on stuff, you can get that heck right out of here. Oh well, this is how much it is, but if you don't let me do over the next 6 months, I'm going to be busy for the next 5 years. All right, we'll give you a deposit, and then it went south. Heck, we're not even in that. That was 2 houses ago. Yeah, I don't want to be like, okay, but you got to decide now kind of thing. Like, whoa, wait a second. Hold on. The customer holds all the cards. You will not rush me. So I ended up picking up those M10s in Gibraltar at this store that had some 1/72 scale stuff. And they had a pack of SU-100s. They had, from Armor Fast, they had SU-100s, and they also had Panzer 4Gs. And I'm like, I'm not going to get a Panzer 4G because they honestly, there's nothing wrong with them. I actually like their plastic a lot. It's really easy to do work on. It sands really well, but honestly, they lack a lot of details when you put them next to something that has a reasonable amount of details. Like even like S model stuff, they have like no detail compared to an S model, much less some of these 3D prints. So I decided not to get them. I already had a couple SU-100s that are die-cast models, repainted. I don't need another two. And didn't need any 4Gs. So, have I ever done a destroyed tank? Not yet, but probably sometime. I did save a picture that I saw today of like a burnt out Panther. Somebody did a diorama with like a Sherman that was pushing a burnt out Panther out of the way on a road. And the burnt out Panther, the reason I saved the picture is it had a really good, it showed how the paint had burned and it turned orange, like it oxidized. And I think I am going to do a destroyed vehicle with a couple of the old vehicles that I picked up that were basically given to me. And I mean, they are literally destroyed vehicles. Like somebody built them a long time ago. They weren't well built, and then some guy's kid got a hold of them and just went, and they're just, they're in bad shape, and they're painted, with like a paintbrush to paint a house. So instead of stripping them or anything, I think I'm just going to paint, spray them black and then just work from there. But especially because that way you can use a vehicle and it's not like unbalancing in the scenario because it's like knocked out. But it give you a reason like, okay, we have to go find the papers that are in there. The secret recipe for the Fanta is inside that, that tank or something. I must have my Fanta. And those two armored cars I did that I basically turned them into destroyed, and I'll be damned if they didn't come out great. And that was it. I like taking something that's basically junk. Like, what am I going to do? Like, it doesn't turn out well. Okay, well, it's destroyed. I mean, I've got some really messed up stuff. That elephant's messed up. I got an M12. I think it's an M12. King Kong. I got a King Kong that's all thrown to shit. I got not a Cromwell. What's the other one? A Comet. I got a Comet that's all blown to hell. I got to piece it back together and glue it enough to be able to destroy it. But I might as well make them destroyed vehicles because I'm not going to buy a new vehicle to destroy it, That doesn't make any sense to me. Okay, now we get the track color, which is German SS Camo Black or whatever the hell it is. SS Camo Black Brown. Assuming I can find it. Oh, it's here somewhere. Is that you hiding out over here? Yes, I need to buy another one of these. I don't have a spare. I freaking do. I do have a spare. Okay. Let's run this one into the ground. The Hoffman. I was thinking about you the other day. I gotta finish I gotta finish painting. I gotta finish painting your dude. I haven't done figures in a bit. How have you been, man? Probably been writing. I really hate writing. I hate writing so much. I had to do an incident report. I had to write the other day. I absolutely dreaded writing it. I mean, it would have been like, something tiny for you, but oh, I just detest writing shit. Like somebody was basically telling me, and I was like dictating, I was writing it. And of course, as fat fingered and stupid as I am for typing, I was making, lots of mistakes. I had to go back and correct my entire document. It reminds me of just like busy work and stuff that having to do things multiple times, and I don't like it. I'd rather just make a video about it. It's been busy for me lately. Lots of work. Graduate with your master's and 11 weeks of doing job searching as well. Is that the disaster at work you alluded to the other day? Those are always fun. Yeah, it was a lot of stuff happening at once. Yeah. The problem is just like, that you can't deal with 50 things at once. And I operate on critical path. Like, okay, we got to do this. What do we have? These are these things. We got to do this first. Because if we don't do this, this holds up like five other things. And people are really bad at that. People want to come in like, hey, I want to schedule something for May. Fuck May. Well, we have things that are happening like now that involve the next day that are on fire, Send me an email about something that's going to happen in May. That's not critical. Well, I don't know. May can fucking wait. I may not be there in May. Have you played any test games? No, I haven't. I'd make videos of them if I did. I'm totally doing that. So if you haven't seen any videos, I haven't gotten around to doing it. That's Yeah, I'm kind of on a bit of a tear. I got all these free vehicles and I want to get them painted up for the person who was nice enough to do them. I might as well show him some of his stuff painted. That's what I've been focusing on. So it's not that the games are frustrating because they're not, because I feel like I have this freedom of like, if something doesn't seem right in the rules, I'm not going to play it that way, you know? Because it's not like I'm going into a period that I'm not familiar with the history of. It's not like, well, I'm playing Napoleonic games and I don't really know anything about the Napoleonic period, so we'll have to play them exactly this way because they're the expert. Like, nope. No, there's a chance that I know more about World War II than the person that designed these World War II rules. I don't know if that's the case, but it is a possibility. And with the internet, I mean, there's so much information that's available to everybody now. Like literally, the first battle that I was doing with vehicles, I'm writing the vehicle data sheet, and the very first vehicle that I'm writing down, there's an error in it. I would call it a glaring error in it. And I'm like, well, we're not doing it that way because that's obviously wrong. Like, it is not a two-man vehicle tank, it's a three-man vehicle tank. So I'm not saying that I wouldn't make errors because I do, unfortunately, but that's kind of a glaring one. Yeah, I love the internet. Do you ever use the site JSTOR? No, what is it? JSTOR. I'm gonna write it down so I don't forget it. I gotta write your stuff down because I forget. Is it good? If it's not good, I'll cross through it. Do you think the internet is better than a library? Yes. Yes, because the library has a lot of stuff that we grew up with that's patently wrong. Let me give you an example. If you take something like this, if something goes into published like this, or even the old Panzer colors that came out in the late 70s, I don't think anything that's in there is patently wrong because it's gone through a lot of people, and the people that write it are kind of experts. But there's a lot of stuff in the library that's just like that's just not accurate. You know, I think a lot of the stuff that we grew up, like accounts and stuff of like, you know, especially from the German view, really from everybody's viewpoint, is full of propaganda. And I'm not talking about political stuff. I'm just talking about military actions and combats and stuff. It's just full of like stuff that didn't happen. You know, and sometimes if you go in a library, it's like you'll find a source, but you only find one source, so you can't compare and contrast to make sure that everything matches up. Because if you check something and then it's different in like a couple different sources, it's suspect what it is. But I think the internet I think the internet is pretty accurate if you're a skeptic. If you go in there like thinking like, but is that really the case? You know, if you just like accept the very first thing you see, you're gonna see a lot of wrong stuff. There's a lot of wrong stuff on the internet. There's a lot of people that just run their mouth and they don't know what the hell they're talking about. Too many people are like quick to like, well, I can't say I don't know about this because then people won't think I'm a god. Like, dude, we all get stuff wrong all the time, you know? Besides the stuff I want to see in the library isn't available in the library because I want real like crunchy stuff, you know? You haven't been to a library since 1997. There's pretty much no reason to go. It's a collection of academic papers, free books, studies. I do a lot of historical research on there. JSTOR, okay. It's for students, academics, so you have to tell it what school you're from. You can use your old college or any college name before you can look at papers and books. Well, I've been to college. As a matter of fact, I wanted about a year ago, I'm like, let me see how many credits I have because I got extra credits that I was just curious, like what grades I made in different things. I'm like, well, to go to that, they said you enter with your email. Email didn't exist when I went to college, so that's not. And I'm like, I'd have to go down there, and I'm like, fuck that, I'm not going to do that. Um, it's funny because I used to live really close to the college that I went to, but like I can't tell you what my damn email is. I didn't have an email when I was in college. It didn't exist. Right? Yeah, I probably didn't have an email address until probably 1997, 98, maybe, something like that. I didn't have my own computer at home until February 1999. I remember going to the what was the name of that place? It's not around anymore. I know that doesn't narrow it down. The cow place. Gateway. Gateway Computers. So I had a Gateway computer store in Jacksonville. So I'm like, let me go up there because you ordered it basically, but like I don't like ordering things without, I mean, a computer is expensive. I think my first computer was 2 grand or something like that. I think it was expensive. If you buy like the top of the line, the price of computers has stayed almost about the same. Like they've always cost like the same thing. The top of the line computer, pretty close. Obviously, the specs on them changed dramatically. But I'm like, so I drove up there, checked it out. This is what I want, and that was my first computer. The Gateway. I don't even know what the specs on it were, but and then shortly after I bought it, they opened a Gateway store in the freaking town I live in. I'm like, thanks, I don't need that thing anymore. And they actually had a competition that they ran at the Gateway store. They had this one video game that I was a big fan of, and they stopped making them, so I stopped becoming a fan of it. But it was this Microsoft game. We're gonna see if we can date some of you people. It was this Microsoft game called Midtown Madness. And what was unique about it when it came out was that it was a racing game, but it was a racing game that was free range. So you weren't on a closed course. So the first Midtown Madness was Chicago. It was like this downtown area of Chicago, and you have different games you could play. You had races. You had like a capture the gold, basically like this gold bar would appear in a random place, and you have to drive over it in your car. You couldn't get out of your car. You're just in your car all the time. You drive over it. It's when you got it, you had to take it to another place to deposit it. It's like a basically game tag, but when you grabbed it, it slowed you down by 75%, or you were 75% as fast. Okay. And then anybody, if they tapped you, then they got the gold bar. And the same thing would happen with them. So it was like this it's actually a really cool game, especially back in the day. Um, and I don't know how many they made. I want to say they made three of them. The first one was the first one was Chicago. The second one was San Francisco and London. And the third, no, San Francisco. It was San Francisco and London, and the last one was like Paris and Washington D.C. Or I mean, those were the six. Those were the other cities. I just don't remember what order in. But anyways, one of those games, I don't remember which one. I want to say the second one. They had this competition. I don't know how the hell I found out. Well, probably internet. That they were going to have this competition. So you went to your local gateway store, went in and you signed in, and you'd play on their computer. They played something and you competed. And I'm like, oh, this is kind of cool. This is a game that I already thought I was pretty good at, right? Well, the problem is that unlike consoles, which is why I'm not really a fan of computer games, unlike consoles that everybody is basically on an equal footing, computers vary a lot. So you could have the wrong setups, not enough RAM or whatever, and it runs sluggish and jerky and lag and all that stuff. And their computer setup in the store was worse than my one at home. So like, yeah, I didn't get a very good score, and that was it. Like that's like the one time that I went and entered a computer competition, whatever. But Midtown Madness. You will love JSTOR if you want the crunchy stuff. Game sounds familiar. I was going to say RC Pro. I really like the game, and I feel like I'm pretty decent at a racing game, but I prefer to drive from inside the vehicle because when you drive on the outside, you overcorrect. You're like turn, turn, turn. Oh shit, I went too far. I'll come back, and you're doing this kind of blip. When you're inside, I don't want to see the console because it blocks more than you would in the real car, but I drive better in the real car. And the problem is some of those things you can't, like, if it involves pushing people off the road or something like that, you can't see those other cars very well in a first person view as opposed to, outside the vehicle kind of thing. JSTOR, huh? Let's take a quick gander at this. JSTOR Home. All right, so search journals. Let's do a search for Panzer. See what we get. Massacre at Oradour-sur-Glane. The second Waffen-SS Panzer Das Reich Division's crime and punishment. That's something I didn't know about until about a year ago. That's crazy. And you can go down and you can do the Google Earth view and look at that. So here's a chapter from Operation Blau, 1942 offensive, and it's an excerpt from When Titans Clashed: How the Red Army Stopped Hitler from David Glantz's book. Not available for download. Well, what good is it? I don't need to download it. I want to see it. Log in through your institution for access. I don't know if this is going to be that useful for me. I don't have an institution. I need to be institutionalized. Let's register. I'll check that out later. It might be useful. Maybe they can't get in there. No need to register? Well, let's see about that. Like create. I guess I have to create an account. Let's use my dump account number. We'll check that out. We'll check that out when my paint's not drying. No need to create an account. Okay, I'll mess with that later. Maybe there'll be something in there. Yeah, but I don't like writing stuff because, like, you don't know who sees any or anything. You know, there's this one site I go to, and I think his name is called something like Mike's Research Page, and anything that guy has in there, it's superb. I mean, he's got like an article of like the markings that the Panthers used at Kursk. I mean, it's like an insanely detailed, right along, the lines of the stuff that I like really, really good. And with photos and stuff. The problem with stuff like that is like I've always one of the biggest things that I have a problem with, like papers and things like that, is using other people's stuff, right? Because if I'm going to write an article about something, it's basically to condense everything for my own purpose, or maybe to, like, people can't figure out how to do a German temp numbering systems or something like that. So let me do an article on what I found out or whatever. And in order to get pictures and stuff, like, I don't want to copyright and make money off of it. I want to just do it, but like, no, that's a copyright infringement. I'm like, I don't want to get into that lawyery stuff, right? So I like tune out, and I'm like, I'm not interested in doing that. Like one of the hardest things for me doing a paper in college was like, you didn't do the bibliography right. I'm like, who cares? I mean, it's not important for me because I'm not going to have a job that involves writing and stuff, and I'm not trying to take money off from anybody. And I don't mind people, knowing what sources I use, but going into like, you didn't put the semicolon right, and you need to put like who the printer was, and I'm like, I didn't. I'm not doing this to for that purpose. So I like tune out, and I'm like, I'm not interested. I'd rather just make a freaking video. You know, and it's not about not giving people credit because like I do this brown wash thing. I don't want to take credit for that. I want to take credit for using the hand sanitizer, not for doing the brown wash thing. The brown wash thing I got it from whatever his name is. Can't even think what his name. The sledgehammer guy. Sonic Sledgehammer. I'm pretty sure that's who I got it from. He should get the credit for it. I don't know if he got the idea from somebody else, but we all learn from each other. But bibliography stuff and things like that, just like, it's like court TV. As soon as I see it, I go the other way. I'm like, over here. Yeah, the professor complained about a works cited page just the other week. Like, fuck you. Get a real life. I mean, like, it's, because here's the whole thing. There's a lot of people in real life that are doing nefarious stuff, right? You're probably not one of them. I'm not one of them as well. So if I make a mistake, I'm not trying to take somebody's money away from them or anything else. There's other people that like cross all the T's and dot all the I's and have all the works cited page, and then they're like selling illegal copies of the book on the side. I'm like, go after them. Yeah, I hate all that works cited shit. You know. So in college, there's only one paper I ever enjoyed writing, And it was in some English class that I had, like one of the last classes I took in college. And it was something, and it was one of these like artsy, these artsy project ideas. And this artsy project idea is like, you need to write a paper about the definition of a word. Like, what? The definition of a word, like how it came to be, what it means. I'm like, what what kind of sitting in a circle jerk smoking marijuana idea was this? You know, I'm like, this is stupid, man. Why F this? I'm not going to do this paper. That's basically my attitude. Like, it's like just something that's just like not worth it. And then it dawned on me, like, fuck, I could do Blitzkrieg. So the next thing you know, I got this awesome paper out of Blitzkrieg. And then I got like an A minus or something like that, B plus or something, because I didn't give any sources. I don't have to give freaking sources. Like that's shit that I know. I mean, I was already a war gamer and stuff by that point. That's the only paper I enjoyed writing. And it's basically just winged it because it's like stuff that you already know. You don't have any source material. It's in my fucking head, you know? It's like I've been reading this for decades. I didn't even need to get any books. Yeah. No, that was thank God I found that word because otherwise I wouldn't have made the paper. I wouldn't I wouldn't have written the paper. I'm just like I'm not doing this. Um, hold on one second. Okay. I probably should stop and do one of these all the way through and see what it looks like, but I know it's going to turn out well. It's not to the point where it's like, I don't know how I don't know how this color combination is going to work. Like, we've tried this a few times. We kind of know what we're on. We've already sank on this ship before. Analytics. What was the high point of people being on? 8:45. Everybody woke up. Looks like probably got a boost on people on their phones or whatever. I've gone a couple of days and nobody's asked me to eat a cockroach for $100. So that's good. Not that it would do them any good. Yeah, like you'd pay somebody to eat $100 freaking thing. Idiot. Not that kind of channel. I've never even seen. What was that? What's that show where people would do weird shit? Fear Factor. I don't even watch that stuff. I don't want to know that people would whore themselves out for attention and not and money. Never watched that. As a matter of fact, there's a there's a place that we used to go a lot called Universal Studios in Orlando, and they have a Fear Factor show there, or they did, and they I don't think they do anymore, but they had it there like always since the place opened in when did it open? Maybe 1995, something like that. 1995, 96, 94, 92, something like that. It's always been over there. I never went over there 'cause I'm like, so finally one day I went with my daughter to see what this is all about. And it's like a mini example of things on the show with stunts and things like that, which I'm okay with the stunts and walk across this, and obviously you're secure and stuff like that. But there was something that they had to eat something that if somebody says you have to eat this, I'm like, somebody's eating a knuckle sandwich before I'm eating it kind of thing. Like, and they weren't even getting any money. It wasn't like they were going to get 10 grand or whatever. They were getting nothing. Absolutely not. I'm not eating part of a scorpion or some bullshit. Like, attention whores. That's what I call those people. Nickelodeon also has a form of Fear Factor for kids. Yeah. Attention whores. That's what I call them. Eat part of a tarantula? No, absolutely not. Everybody has shit that they're freaking scared of. I had a friend of mine whose girlfriend was a entomologist in school for entomology, and there's a picture that she had of her with some hissing cockroach on her forehead. I'm like, I would burn villages down before that would happen to me. There would be villages burned to the ground before I would do that. Absolutely not. But then, snakes don't freak me out. So lots of people are scared of snakes. And I'm not particularly scared of spiders as long as they're not camel spider slash tarantula sized. I don't have like a fear of spiders. Um, a much larger fear of roaches because they move erratically, and you can get away from a spider. I mean, spider's got 8 legs, and it's like the fastest spider moves like this. Like, okay, I can get away from that thing. You ever heard of a game called Squad 44? I've heard of it, but that's all I know is it just sounds familiar. I never played it, but I saw they did a 1-to-1 map of Iwo Jima. Oh, well, that's cool. There's some of those first person shooter type games that have some really I don't know if they're accurate, but at least it's some food for thought. When I was doing the research for my Operation Crusader stuff, one of the things that I want to do, and I still want to do it, is I need to do a battlefield that is reminiscent of Sidi Rezay. And Sidi Rezay was an airfield that it was an Axis airfield that was in the middle of the desert, and it wasn't well protected. So it was kind of like towards the front lines. And when the British in Operation Crusader, they busted in there. Literally, they busted in there with Crusader tanks and other things, and shot up a bunch of planes on the ground in broad daylight. And and a couple of planes, one for sure took off, but it got shot down by another tank or whatever. So you've got all these like wrecks of planes that are on the ground, shot up by tanks and mostly machine gun fire. So I was like, okay, what is it? I mean, is there tarmac? Is it just like a flat area of the desert that's been, like, so you could take off, that kind of stuff. And there's a game, and I don't remember what it is, that has a map for it, like the entire, like, it's one of those first person shooters on City Rezay with and I don't know if it's accurate to the real one, but I'm like, that's pretty freaking cool. That's really pretty freaking cool. And it's a game that I've heard of, but I've never played. What is it? What is it called? If you go CD Zeg Airfield, and then let's add map to it. Map game. There we go. Let's add that on there. Forgotten Hope 2. I don't know what Forgotten Hope 2 is. It's obviously a mod for something. It might be a mod for one of the Call of Duties on computer or something like that. I guess if I click on this that's highlighted, it'll tell me what Forgotten Hope 2 is. Modification for Battlefield 2. It was released in 2007. Never played Battlefield 2. Never played Battlefield 2. I bet it's available probably really cheap, and might be worth it just to look at that map. But there's a video that somebody is like walking around on that map, and I watched part of it, and I'm like, oh, it's got a little. Gatehouse, field kitchen, the barracks, the pack position. And there's like a little layout of the, I mean, it probably looks dated by today's standards, but there's lots of food for thought and lots of different games. The only difference, I can't sit there and play a game for 4 or 5 hours like I used to be able to. At some point, it just gets to be annoying. Like, okay, yeah, no more. Battlefield 2. No, never played Battlefield 2. I played on the console. I don't know about downloading mods and stuff on a computer. I used to do it, and I got viruses. I didn't get any viruses that were terrible, but I got viruses that were freaking annoying, and there was no way to undo it. And I don't want to get into that on the computer. You know, we used to, back when Counter-Strike, which was a mod of Half-Life, man, we played the hell out of Counter-Strike, and there were all kinds of maps you could download and stuff like that. That was a really cool game, because at the time there wasn't very many games where you got to use like supposedly real weapons in that kind of a setting. It was always like you get to use a submachine gun, or you get to use, it was make believe stuff. And now I'm like, oh, you get to use an M4. Oh, you get to use an AK. All right, man. Thanks for stopping by. We're gonna stop for sure at noon, so another half hour. Man, how long? I've been on here a long fucking time, haven't I? It won't even tell me. Yep. That would be, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. We're on a long time. And like I said, the only thing I don't like about doing this is my day off goes too fast. That's the only thing I don't like about doing this. And this is a great thing to do if you had like a terminal sentence. You do the other side? No. But the other thing I like about this is it keeps me from eating the house. Like, I haven't had anything since breakfast, which honestly is pretty surprising. But I'm busy. So I think one thing that we're going to try to do with these guys is make the bottom half of the tank really dusty. More than I did on the other ones. Just see how that goes. Did we finally kill this thing? I remember buying another one. I just hadn't used it yet. Hopefully it's not significantly different. Sometimes when they reformulate these paints, they're like, hey, this is a perfect opportunity to change the color of it a little bit. Like, why? Why would you do such a thing? I think the next time I'm going to Yeah, it looks different to me. Always gotta be fucking with things. Is the video frozen? What's going on here? No, it's just frozen on the screen. All right, so let's go back. Yeah. Excellent connection. That's what I want to do. Video's fine. Yeah. Oh, Jeffrey, you're here. I didn't know you were here. Did you hear the early part? I don't know if you were here this morning. I said I actually had a dream about you. Don't get excited. Oh, this is the screen I want to be on, but I can't see I can't see people's comments. All the people I dreamed about, and I wasted on Jeffrey. Yeah, you're coming to the States with all your receipts so they could, they could give you, you could claim it all on your taxes, all the purchases you'd made. I'm like, what? Who comes up with that shit? That's where I came in this morning. And you had furniture. You had like these little chairs. Like I got two chairs that are in the TV room that are like this. They're like we bought them used. They're like almost like navy blue leather like chairs. They're kind of low profile. They're pretty comfortable actually. And you had like a whole bunch of them. Like that you were like, I don't need this anymore. I just brought these over, because it's really easy to ship things like that across the ocean. And no, I didn't find out how much tax money you actually got back. I don't know why you would have to get that in. You'd have to come to the States to get your tax money. And then I'm like, well, we can't play a DBA game together because I promised I hadn't played DBA. I can't play DBA again. I said, but we can do an interview. You're like, all right, we'll set that up. Whatever. I had dreams sometimes that, like, I had a dream one time. My brother's grumpy frequently, and he got I told him he was in one of my dreams, and he got all excited. And then I told him what he did in the dream, and he laughed because he approved it's something he would have done in real life. Like something happened, and his reaction in the dream is exactly how he would have reacted in real life, and he got a kick out of that. I'm like, hey, I don't get to pick what kind of a person you are. You're already that person. I'm not here to change anybody. I'm just documenting. Make sure we didn't miss any major issues on here. No. You probably picked up on me anxiously trying to find Panzer tracks this morning. I didn't know you had that one. I looked to see if it was I was going to buy it, but man, I have to wait a long time. It was too expensive. There's something I picked up on Kindle. It was like $2. And I'm like, that's the way to do it. Of course, I don't even remember what the hell it was now. Well, it was $2. Oh, it was the Panzer tracks on the STKFZ 251. I think that's what that was. I'd check on my, but I'm using the phone as a camera. All right, so we've got these three that have some basic stuff done to them. So I'm going to go in and I want to paint. I want to paint. I want to paint the numbers. I want to paint the numbers. I want to paint the numbers. Paint the numbers. Close this. We don't need the city reside. Damn it! I don't want to say it that way. That's only Tick says it that way. City reside. What the hell? What's wrong with you, Tick? Close this tumbling dice thing, right? Okay. Now, Panzer 38T images. I found it relatively easy. I should be able to find it relatively easy again. And then some things just look wrong. Here's a restored Panzer 38, and look at the numbers on it. Absolutely not. There's big numbers, and then there's that. And that's like, look at that one. Look at that tail on that one. That's like, that's like a droopy 7. Like, that's just flat out that's not believable. That's not believable. Oh, here's a review. This has got to be What's-His-Face's review. What's that Australian dude with I thought he was a robot. Erpaderp. I thought that was a fake voice. Like, that's the guy's real voice? Like, wow. That takes a lot of effort to sound that way. Oh. Okay, this is that 20th Panzer Division you were talking about that has the 2 digits. There's a little symbol there. Panzer 38T. What is this? On Amazon, paperback. Read sample. I don't want to download the sample on my computer. How many pages is this thing? $60. I ain't gonna tell me shit. Here's an A with the yellow numbers. So it's got the brown camo on there. Man, the Hetzer's a cute vehicle, but That model kit was a nightmare. God, it looks so weird in this yellow color. So weird. Here it is, 20th Panzer Division. All right, there's some stuff here. An E, 20th Panzer Division, August 41. North of Smolensk. Did the 20th, was the 20th Panzer serve with the 7th? Let me look. That was actually in this book. I came across it. Hold on. The 20th Panzer was in the same Panzergruppe and the same corps that the 7th Panzer Division was in. And the 12th and the 19th is in the same boat as well. And then the 8th was by itself. All right, I'm going to write myself a little note here. The 12th and 19th were together, and the 7th and the 20th was together, and the 8th was by itself. All right. All right, okay. Whoa, what's this one here? See, I got one of these screens that I can do this on. I just forget to do that. It looks like there's white around that yellow. I wouldn't do that, though. See this box you see here? I forget my computer does this. And look, there's that little bump for the wheel. This is the 22nd Panzer. Yeah, well, that was the one that was built, that was created in 1940, 42, really. And it's a D, so they really had an old model in that. Let's see, now how do I get to the other page? How about this? There we go. What do we got here? September 42, 16th Panzer Division. This has nothing here, no little box or nothing on the side. This looks all kinds of wrong here. Panzerzug, Panzer Platoon 63. Dunkelgelb with Rotbraun and olive green. Yeah, I'm not doing that. That looks so many ways of wrong. And it doesn't have a number on it. Like, that's a no-no. What do we got here? Okay, yeah, just a top view of this vehicle. Yeah, this is the F. See how they move this thing out of the way to make space for the smoke discharger thingy back here? Let's close that out. A 44 is not bad. Now you need to figure out what's this? Is it? Oh, we got some stuff here. Let's see what we got here. This is kind of fun. All right, what do we got here? 7th Panzer Division. Okay, so here's an interesting thing, okay? The 7th Panzer divisions I've seen in Russia have the numbers on the turret in red with the white outlines, but most of them that I've seen are numbers that are high numbers, sixes, sevens, nines. So that's the second battalion. This was the first one, and they're just hollow. So assuming this is an accurate representation, in other words, assuming this is correct, maybe the first battalion of the 7th Panzer Division had just had the numbers were just white outlines without the red in the center. Because I suspect that there's a difference between Panzer battalions, how they did them. I don't think it's consistent all the way through. So I'm gonna store that. I'm gonna store that in my brain somewhere. What do we got here? Again, assuming that whoever drew this, it's accurate. You know, 711 looks like it got some mud on it. 22nd Panzer Division, April 42. Okay, well, and that's an F. Another version of 323 with a green. That's Polish. See, 7th Panzer. Okay, well, this throw that out the window because this is a first battalion unit with a number 2, and it's got it in. So maybe there isn't a pattern. I don't know, but let's visit here. Let's see what else we got. Okay, so is this the description of the very first one on the green? It is. Panzer 25, 7th Panzer Division, Central Section, Sector of Eastern Front. Once in Russia in 41, 42's colors were still in use. Mostly used to camouflage the war material. The old numerals were covered with dark gray paint, and the new ones were painted white in profile without filling in the inside. This is done in order to reduce their visibility. Okay, so maybe it's the same one, just not. This is the same guy's website. It is the same guy's website. Interesting. Interesting. Does he give a description of that top vehicle? Perfect, he does. All right. 20th Panzer Division, northeast of Smolensk. This division, the letter E, lying down with arms pointing downwards, representation of Brandenburg Gate, officially one used by a 3rd Panzer Division in France and would be charged during this period. Tactical numerals on the armored vehicle of this division had 2 digits identifying the squad and the position of the vehicle inside of it. The color of these numerals varied from one company to another. Okay, well, this is 44. This is what? This is on the smoke discharger thingy. Yeah, that's on a little smoke discharger thingy back here in the back. That right there. Okay. I might actually do that. I might actually do that on a group, especially since I found out that. So basically, this could be 744, 644, 344, 244. It's just a 44 on the back. So this last number is not going to be higher than 4. And really, this one's not going to be higher than 4 either. So interesting. That's definitely a thought. That's definitely a thought. And a little upside down E. Okay. Interesting color on this martyr. I mean, it could be completely made up. It looks like freaking light blue or something. I mean, it's kind of cool. It's ugly, but it's kind of cool ugly. Let's try, damn advertising. Okay, archive articles. Panzer 38. I'll say Polish campaign. Rommel's Panzer Division French campaign. Okay. It actually looks really good in snow, I think. That's probably what I should do with the third one. Do big white numbers. I just hand paint them. And yeah, they're going to have junk and stuff on the side. Maybe not all of them, but many of them. This looks wrong on so many levels. Want any sneakers? It just looks so wrong. What's this? Royal Hungarian Army. These things look cute. The recon version. Oh, I could save it there. Whoop! Got to be careful with that crooked spider flag. That's one I downloaded to then put on the sketchbook to shade it like it's shaded, and then I printed those things out. Look out the crooked spider. Okay, I was able to save that particular photo, and we don't promote that Nazi shit here, but that's what they used. So that doesn't look bad. Have one unit of 4 that has those yellow numbers like you suggested, Jeffrey, and then another one of something different. What do we have here? These have the hollow numbers. Put one inside a railroad car. No, thank you. What's this right here? It's a model of the EF. Oh, this is Cyber Hobby. Yeah, they give you a lot. Cyber Hobby shows you all kinds of stuff. Probably stuff you shouldn't even see, like a decal sheet that comes in the model. Yeah, this red 5 that's suspect. This is what we want to get to. The instructions all the way in the back. What was that? Every separate link track. Well, I'm not afraid of that. But you're going to be here a while. This is what we want to see. 22nd Panzer Division, all white numbers, okay? 22nd Panzer Division, white numbers. We don't want to do 22nd. 22nd, all white numbers. That's consistent. 19th, that's at 42. 8th Panzer Division. Oh, this is one of the ones that just, I bet these are yellow numbers. I bet these are yellow. Let's go back to decal sheet. So what color are the Roman numeral 2s in? Yep. Yep. Well, that's a B. We don't want to use, well, let me look at B, see if there's anything for Rush on that one. Oh, good. This is easy. Let's look at the instructions here. Whoa, I don't want to zoom in. This is 7th Panzer. 7th Panzer Eastern Front, single numeral. That's probably the company number, which, you know, you have 3 tanks operating together, they all have the same numbers. That's silly. Okay, let's close this. Who's this one made by? This is the Tamiya kit. Surprised all this stuff's on here without going into scale mates. Canada Hobbies. The side of ships from the U.S. warehouse. You guys won't be getting any more. Yeah, that $54.99 Canadian is going to be like, you know, $207 Canadian. What vehicle is this here? Page does not exist. I always like this photo, by the way. This is a cool photo. I'm sure one of the inspirations from one of the Panzer IIIs that I got 3D printed. This is the Tamiya kit. Probably doesn't give anything away. Okay, well, it's noon. I'm going to make a decision. I'm going to look at some scale mates and say, but that looks pretty good. Is to do one of them with big white numbers and then one of them with the small yellow ones. But a solid white and a solid yellow sounds like a good group for the next couple of ones. So that kind of makes sense. All right, folks, that's it for this one. We'll see you on the next one. Enjoy your Saturday. Bye-bye.